T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Dude that's fucking punching this chick.
Just off of the book alone, you can assume he has some kind of enhanced strength and like flight. For sure. There's artwork of him out there like doing. He probably has power.
Hello.
He's stalking. I don't know this nigga. You went to try to go whoop someone's ass, and just because you lost the fight didn't mean you attempted to get in the fight.
So he does have superpowers?
Nonetheless, absolutely not. We all good over here, homie.
So if someone sees something and they go, this seems like a scam or fraud, and they contact a charity, that's something they can do?
Yeah, they can do that, for sure.
Are people allowed to investigate a perceived fraud?
What it is that I am saying is that we gave them as a company, we gave them money, right?
Hello.
I don't know this nigga.
Was delivering a book to the charity $17?
It was not just $17, and I wish people would say that. That was not the average cost of the book.
What was the average cost?
The average cost, I think, came out to something closer to like $13 or so.
Did you solicit a book, a charitable donation for a book for $17, and the actual cost was $13?
That's not what it is that I said. I'm saying that's
what you said. Oh, it's the incredibly stupid woman.
He's stalking. I don't know this nigga.
Nonetheless, absolutely not. It doesn't even fucking matter. You know why, Nick? Because we gave them money. Don't show up at people's businesses, man. Threatening on the premise, he is gonna get aired. And Maggie, and yeah, we would be in the right in fucking Texas if we did.
You Marvel copying piece of shit. You came to my house. Remember that, Eric?
That makes you a hoe ass nigga, right? I'm gonna need a lot more than $3.7 million to do that. If you got a partner, that's your boy. Have you asked him about?
I think
y'all kind of either shoulder in the road, and then he got his ass aired the fuck out.
This morning you woke up, begged me
For sure. I think you're dramatizing what's happening.
like a weirdo.
Why did Isom go back to the club?
I don't want to do this.
Hello. He's just trying to find smoke where there's no fire.
Maybe fuck with your business.
Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they would contact the charity to try to find it. Nonetheless, absolutely not. So the more money it is that they got, we all good over here, homie. For sure. What do you think the point was? And we know that it is that he tried to do that.
How would one do that?
It is what it is. It is what it is. That's what it is that I'm saying. He kept talking down.
You Marvel copying piece of shit.
You haven't accomplished anything in the space it is. What did it moonwalk on the dead careers of comic pros?
How would one do that?
So he does have superpowers?
He probably has power. He started. I don't know this nigga.
What is up? What is up in the chat, you hoe ass niggas? If there's any white bread ass niggas, I need chickens in the chat. I'm already seeing them. Oh my God. It's an early go of All American Beef. We got Lobster Magnets reviews. What's up?
Hey, all right. So since we're all going faceless, maybe I'll go faceless as well.
I'm going to display my face shortly.
All
I'm
right,
just saying hi to the chat first. Yeah, I was actually hoping. I mean, it's totally fine you're here if you want to relive watching yourself. That's not it's not a diss on you. Just I know as a YouTuber, you rewatch yourself editing. You're like, oh my God, I hate looking at myself.
Well, it's funny. It does beg the whole like question of like I've always toyed with the idea of like doing videos with your face and whatnot. But like one, I don't have the equipment to do it like very well, and I'm not interested in spending like $1,000 on a good camera and whatnot. So technically, I have the faceless camera. Like generally, the rule of thumb is that like if you show your face, eventually as you gain a better audience, people kind of see you, and then they get more attached, and you can throw yourself in the thumbnail, and you become more of a brand. So long term, that's like probably the better approach. Although, obviously there are hundreds of thousands of faceless channels that do just as well. So like, the way I see it is, I follow the Jessica Jones philosophy. I'm not hiding, but I'm not advertising either.
That's funny. I never watched the show. Well, I watched like an episode, forgot it, couldn't stick with it. Maybe I
first
need
season,
to.
I would recommend it. I think the first season is
I recommend it too. It's pretty good.
Yeah, but also Ricky recommends Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. So that's where I question my belief. I'm like, I don't know, man. But we just got through with the season 2 arc of Breaking Bad when Jane dies. Spoilers. Same actress, and it's like, oh my God, like when she's crying, like, oh daddy, I'm like, oh my God, why are you hotter now?
Kristen Litter she's got that like alt girl emo vibe,
but innocent too, like Billie Eilish with the eyes.
I don't know if I would say innocent. I would say like bitchy. Wasn't she also on that show? Don't trust the bee in Apartment 23.
I don't know that one.
I think so. Her, somebody looks like her.
All right. Before we continue, let me say hi to the people in the chat, and then I'll look upon you. I'll grace you with my gaze, and then we'll chat with the Lobster, and we'll go over probably the first 5 or 10 minutes of his video and tease you a bit.
Oh my God, you're gonna play the video. Oh, this is my ultimate YouTuber vanity fantasy.
Yeah, I just had stuff going on, so I'm like, all right, let me get in earlier with this guy. Let me actually hop him early and try to get that time in beforehand, before even Ricky maybe comes in, and I'll go over that. But let me say out of the chat, we got Godfo Universe. He was in his earlier before I even started, waving hello, clapping. We got Bad Take Bojan. I'm behind, Tina, and thank you for joining, but I'm behind on reading the Haunted Vagina. If you don't know, there's a book, Lobster, called The Haunted Vagina. It's this weird writer. He's got a lot of weird titled books, and I'm assuming they're all probably the same format. It's like every chapter is like 1 or 2 pages. He writes very strangely.
So
And,
is it like a real published book, or is it like a
yeah, it's a real
internet-
book. It's not like a anti-sjw. It's a real. He's a real author, but he's like a strange guy. Excuse me. But she shared a review of this book, and it was detailing the plot. And so I actually kept the tab open this whole time until I bought it on eBay. And so I'm about halfway through it. And it's funny stuff. Ryan Magus, what's up, buddy? If y'all don't know, he's the guy that made the Meth Gator logo. So I don't know if he's got, I actually never looked at his channel. I never clicked it. I'll have to do that in a minute. Don't know if he's got content, but go sub to him anyway in case he does, or follow him on Twitter. Look up Ryan Magus. Got Robco guy. What's up, man? Appreciate your comment on a video saying you lurk when you can. So you got a stupid girlfriend. He's got chickens in the chat. Got, man, I always fuck up your name. Rovier Grahovac. Chickens in the chat.
Rovier Grahovac.
Eric July is a short little guy. Papa Cotton. What's up, Wookie? Ryan Henry's got some chickens in the chat. I heard Uncle E liked the logo before Anna brought the cunty thunder. Yeah, old Star Wars cunt tried to come in and rain on my parade, but it's just ironic because that poster, the main poster, he's like, wow, that's some good penciling. First off, there's no ink on it. Crazy enough, Oliver pulled it off coloring it. Secondly, that artist is from Brazil. And look at what he did versus Cliff Richard's cover. Yeah, no worries. I'm ready to review it when you are. Awesome. Ryan Magus saying, my favorite porn title is My Pussy is Haunted. We got Keely Chow. What's up, man? And he's got chickens in the chat. We got Summer Swan, Winter Raven. That bitch. Yeah, fuck Anna. It's just, it's funny because me and Ricky are like watching the stream live together on StreamYard, and I'm like, I kept trying to send the super chat and it would not accept. And then we're watching super chats and there's all these weird things going on word wise, but mine, I'm checking the grammar, I'm removing words that might be questionable, and then boom, I do like I essentially break the super chat in two and it accepted it. I have no idea what was going on.
We broke it down to be as simple as please check out this poster. Essentially,
yeah, I didn't say
it was
meth,
like nope, can't send edit message.
I didn't know if it was like contribute or check out. I didn't know if those were words that he might have blocked to limit people trying to get exposure through super chat. I have no idea. But then other people's shit was going through, so it was annoying. So that was funny. And then it's like, oh, he's actually liking. He likes Ryan's logo for Meth Gator. Again, because it's based on Ghost Rider. And yeah, it's fun. And then she wants to come in through Cunty Thunder, as Ryan Magus puts it. But yeah, that like, I had to take a second to reply. Instantly people were like, "Oh, Angus is chickening out," and it's like, "Well, no, I'm right here." How do I reply tactfully instead of just saying "fuck you"? Because I don't want to just have like a childish response to that bitch. And yeah, so I did. But it's crazy because someone, I don't know what their channels or what their channel used to be named. They're like, "Oh, yeah, you're a great guy. You did that charity stream with the Spider-Man kid's dad." And I'm like, fuck, I forgot all about that. Because I don't brag about shit like that, it's disgusting, but it's like, I guess, yeah, I did, and more campaign help, so screw you. Anyway, turn on the old Kimmy camera. So we're going to look at Lobster's video. Let me remove these couple things here. I didn't know it could let me put multiple videos up on here to boom. I'm always having to like.
Is StreamYard free, or is it like
It has like a trial. It has like a free version that has less stuff you can use, but yeah, you can join it for free and have like a limit of 6 people on a panel or something, and a limited use to the tools that everybody else has. But yeah, you can still get one for free.
Yeah, maybe I should play around with it.
I think, yeah, what is it, like $20 a month for like the standard version that we're using?
Yeah, the $20 a month is a little steep. Like I could see that making sense if you're like doing streaming as like a full time.
Yeah, if you're not doing it like at least once a week, I don't think it's as worth it necessarily.
Yeah. Excuse me. But I'm going to preface. So this is Lobster's video that I found him on, and I plan to go through your channel. I like to deep dive when I have a chance. How I found your channel, Lobster. It's funny.
Please let me know. My guess is I hit the algorithm. You were looking at the Eric July hate, and that popped it up. But if you found it through some other method, I would love to know.
No, so it's funny. So there's like a short minute video I did mocking the Rippaverse because I was looking up what are Isom's powers on YouTube. And there's one actual video by Rippatard, and this came out around I'm assuming after Isom one. He's trying to guess, and he's, oh my god, we'll look at the comments on that. But some of his guesses and assumptions, the way he's putting these together, is like he pretty much thinks he's like Taskmaster. That like he beat Santuan because he had to fight him once, and now he's contacted him, so now he's absorbed Santuan's abilities. It's crazy what this guy's projecting. And then like they're talking about like he's got power that's almost flight, and it's like gliding. You're talking about gliding or
like
jumping.
A nearly flightless bird or some shit.
All he does is he just jumps really high. That's it. And it's just the stupidest goddamn thing that like you can't even give the most bare bone exposition about what an accept is or what Isom's powers are.
That's my favorite scene.
Oh my god. And just for context, I made this video before I read Isom 1 and 2. So if I was to like make this video or make a follow-up video, it'd probably be a little bit more influenced because I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I was like, I would rather, like, honestly, I would rather, I'm guessing like maybe you're not necessarily right wing, but you kind of got a little bit of an edgy vibe. You got sexy girls in the background of your, your little studio space.
Yeah.
So I'm going to guess, you didn't like the anti-woke or the woke sort of like 2016 things where they were like coming after your video games. They're coming after your comics. They're telling you should feel bad if you ever see anything with boobs.
Yeah, me and Rookie started with The Last Jedi. We found world-class bullshitters. Thus, we got into the High Council, and that's how we got into Comicsgate through EVS. I guess to try to simplify it, the complexity of who I am, it's like I'm an OG fan of Minister. I hate like woke shit, but at the same time, I'm like a huge Barbie fan. I'm mixed, so you don't know how to pick me politically based on race. I'm bi, but I hate like the alphabet community. I tell people like I love ladies.
You got a lot of defenses.
Yeah, I love the ladies of the cock if they're hot. I hate like the TikTok trannies. They're all weirdos. With
watch out for that term though.
I know that's becoming a hate term. I'm like,
it's your channel, not mine.
But no, I'm just it's like there's a complexity to my channel. I'm not like you can't like pigeonhole me on any topic because like I saw Barbie and I'm like this movie's brilliant. And I saw, Shapiro's review, and I'm like, what an imbecile. Also, he's clearly faking this for views.
Well, like Ben Shapiro's like knows his like game. He like that stupid fucking. But like ultimately, I like the idea of the parallel economy. I would much rather have like people make their own shit. Like I wish the left leaning people like actually instead of like complaining that like Star Wars isn't gay enough. Or whatnot would actually like go to more Kickstarters and like build the media you want to see. I always think that's a better path because once something like reaches a critical mass and it makes enough money, then people who have the power will actually make it. But instead, you basically got like I covered it in the video, so if you want to get into it,
before, I had to I explained like. I was showing Ricky this video that I found. I watched like a minute or two of it, and then I'm like, dude, watch this. Because I'm like, there's like no one else has done theory videos. This is like the only guy did a theory video about Isom's powers, and it's so retarded. And and then like we dig into the comments and stuff, and it's hilarious. And I'm like, I actually left a positive comment. I'm like, hey man, you need to like change your title and work with your like tags because this can just keep getting clicks. because no one else is doing what are Isom's powers. But I made like a parody video, not of him, but of Isom. Like, what are his powers? And I'm like, detecting disrespect. That's his thing. Boom, got it. Like, and I'm like, he can fly, and I show the flash clip. It's like, yeah, he flies. And it's like, he does not fly. So I had fun with that. And in the side, while I'm hanging out with Rookie watching this, I see your video. I'm like, oh, Bible Man, anti-sjw, what is this? And we start watching. I'm like, I'm reading your chapters. I'm like, what is this? What's the take of this guy? It seems pretty neutral, objective to me. And yeah, so well, I guess what led you to make this video in the first place before we start playing it for the audience?
I just find the Rippaverse story really, really interesting. I like the idea that he like made his own economy. He built it his own, and it, despite Eric, and I think that's the thing that frustrates me the most. Like, I'm sure you're familiar with many figures of the Chuddiverse, right? Kind of like the Geeks and Gamers, Neurotic,
yeah,
face,
Phantom Menace, yeah,
exactly.
Kind of dropped all of them, but yeah,
the Critical Drinker. And like what the Critical Drinker does is a lot of people go after him. I'm generally more positive on him than most people, but I can understand why people, harp on him, and it's a decent reason. It makes sense. But what the Critical Drinker knows is that you don't engage with the trolls. You don't fight with people. There's nothing to gain with it, and that's the reason why he can interview Russell Crowe, and that's the reason why he gets like mainstream publicity, and he's not stuck in this stupid right-wing echo chamber, and people actually arrange publicity interviews with him, versus Eric July, who thinks he's smarter than his haters. And he made the dumbest decision thinking he could like wrestle Dick Masterson, the guy who built $1 million fucking podcast off of a beef with a dying internet star, and he thought he was smarter than fucking Dick. And all Dick has done is exactly what he did with Maddox. He just enriched himself with his stupid beef, and Eric July just keeps on giving ammunition. It's like, just shut up. You made $1 million. Your time, like your stupid ego in engaging with these people. But like, this was all before that. I just thought it was interesting because I wanted to talk about like the Rippaverse, the parallel economy, and the state of comics, because the state of comics is kind of disastrous right now. Because I do agree with like a lot of the conservative things is that like, I kind of talk about the comic book industry that, there was this illusion that like, we're going to get this new diverse, progressive audience, the all new, all different Marvel. We're going to have an Asian Hulk. We're going to have all these things, but all these characters always get canceled. They always die on the vine. They don't go very far. It's like Miss Marvel. Like we've been told for like, nearly 10 years now that Miss Marvel is the breakout character. This is a character who appeals to the Muslim majority that dominates in the planet. People love cosplaying as her, but every time,
why would you make a Muslim girl first instead of a boy or man, given the clear Western perspective misogyny of their culture?
I don't know what the logic was, but like, Matt, you ever heard of Max Lannis, controversial screenwriter?
Yeah, he did like Chronicle.
Yep. He did like an interview a couple of years ago talking about Miss Marvel. I remember the person getting really angry at him, where he said that like Miss Marvel has only two character traits. She's a Muslim and she's a Marvel fangirl, and that's it.
And that up for later.
Yeah, it's hard to find, but it's out there if you can track it down. And the girl's like getting really angry because the Miss Marvel character is so important, and yet we've seen them like trying to like build this character and make her work and find a good story, but they haven't. That's like the biggest thing. Like just some guy, he's more left leaning, but I consider, since he does anti-diversity videos, kind of Chuddiverse adjacent. He made like a really great point that like, you will see like, people of all races, black people, Hispanic people, all kinds of things, like just they talk about manga all the time. Like on Twitter, you'll see, oh my God, did you read the latest Jujutsu Kaisen chapter? That was fire. Oh my God, One Piece, do you see what's happening? But in these modern stories, you never see someone say like, oh my God, I can't wait to see Miss Marvel fight the goddamn cockatiel who's a reincarnation of Thomas Edison. Like, what are the iconic what are the iconic Miss Marvel stories? You've tried to make this character work. Maybe it's not
She's
finding the right
Captain
talent.
Marvel fangirl. That's her character.
That's it. She's the Captain Marvel fangirl. Like, to me, the interesting thing, if you were to do something, would be like, how do you have like your faith in a world where like, you know, gods actually exist and yours doesn't?
I've been saying this. This is the problem with fucking all comics generally is, oh my God. Yeah. Like the best thing they did as far as depth is like they address it in Avengers when it's like, yeah, his brother is here and he's going to catch him and he's a god. And he's like, there's only one God, man. And so you already see a potential dichotomy of thought on top of Iron Man is an atheist. And Doctor Strange probably is in that realm too, with Tony, because they're kind of the same character, different powers. And the only thing they've done expanding that is infinity cones on New Asgard. They've like, if there's gods on this planet, this should like the Pope should be addressing like, well, okay, there's a pantheon. Actually, Jesus is a demigod like Hercules. And we have to, you know, kind of retroactively go back to like the Greek Egyptian style of adhering to other people's gods and blending them, and you know, or being like, oh, actually, that is the real gods. We were worshiping dumb shit this whole time. Sorry, you know, or losing faith completely because if this guy's here, what's above him? What's my guy?
There's a lot of really interesting things you could see, like, you know, maybe her like mosque is falling into disrepair because like people are just like, you know, fuck, Allah's not showing up, but Thor's here, you know, screw this, and then somehow she manages to keep her Islamic faith and get people to come back. You know, there's a billion interesting stories you could do with that, but usually it's just kind of like, you know, there's a little bit of Muslim diaspora, you know, fun facts, and then, you know, kind of like your usual superhero schlock. And the fact that, like, I don't know, any of you watch the Miss Marvel TV show?
We watched The Marvels. Didn't see her show. Was not interested in the show. I actually gave The Marvels like 5 out of 10. There was things I'm like, they had something here.
Yeah,
it was going to be feminist in some way. You should expect that. But like they actually, I think, tried to make like a movie, like a fun action movie. It's just, first of all, 4 women on screen. One is like, you know, Marvel, unlike DC or whoever made Kick-Ass with Mark Millar. I don't know if that's his own company or someone else.
I think Miller World. I forget if he did that with like Miller World, but yeah, the Kick-Ass comic or movie.
Hit Girl, especially with Chloe Moretz, like they leaned into the what do you call it? The jailbait angle. You know, it's like a controversy of Supergirl with Michael Turner's. Like she's like 15, but she's drawn like a pinup, you know, and so this is mixed signals. And it's like it's okay to lean into that, but like Miss Marvel, she's Muslim, we can't show skin, and then we can't do jailbait, you know, because everyone's gonna get triggered, call us groomers, and so like you have no angle with her because, you know, unfortunately we're in America. 9/11 happened. Muslims are always going to have a contingent of like that's what you people are is 9/11, you know. That's just a fact. However much we blend and accept, there's always gonna be a contingent that just sticks on that point, or the Crusades or whatever, you know, building mosques on victory sites. You are a war cult, you know. And if they don't address that factor and they just brush it over, like I want to say in their first comic, they like brush over the like divide into Pakistan, where it's like they're like all martyrs and, you know, the nobles, and it's no one's bad on the Pakistan side when they got kicked out of India. And it's like, be honest, like, you know, just write it neutral where it's like, yeah, we all fought and, you know, our side lost. So
oh man. Well, then you should, I would, in that regard, I would recommend checking out the TV show because it has a whole like subplot about the partition and kind of like this big historical trauma event. Like the
they
TV
actually
show,
lean into it.
Not bad. The TV show's not bad. My only problem, and if you want, I have a video on it, so I'd check that out. Is like it has really weak villains, and it has a really bad ending, or that I just despised. But you know, other than that, it's kind of like, you know, Islamic flavored Spider-Man. It's got a lot of that No Way Home energy. But like I said, bad ending could color anything, and generally, it seems like, you know, it kind of came and went and didn't. Much of a cultural impact. And then the Marvels is like this cross to bear. And I kind of agree with you. I don't think it's like the worst thing in the world. But because you can kind of see like, had like the moment it works the best is when it's like a hangout movie, when it's just kind of like these characters are kind of like, hanging around, fangirling out with each other, and just like, learning about each other. But obviously you could tell it was like chopped to shit in the edit.
Yeah, I remember someone I was friends with before, he wouldn't watch The Boys, but he would watch Miss Marvel weekly. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you what? Like, I get there's more potential possibly of like mass appeal to grow your channel to do a Marvel project, but come on, Miss Marvel over The Boys? No, The Boys crossed beyond the shock value into a legitimate show. But yeah, without further ado, let's start digging into your video. A bit, give people a taste.
I've been looking forward to this. Live stream reaction.
Have you not watched your video in a while, or?
Oh, I haven't seen. Well, I mean, I vaguely remember this because this is like a year and a half ago, and but no, like my ultimate vanity thing is I want to see people like watch my shit in real time because, like, the whole streamer controversy. You're stealing my content, but for me, it's like to actually see like someone big watch my thing and comment it, even if they shit on it, would be like, woo.
Yeah.
That to me, I think, is the ultimate pride of a video essayist.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I would love to have the time to put into doing video essays. I used to, when me and Ricky started, I would do some essay videos.
I love the medium. The problem is that like, the expectation is frequency, and the expectation is like, those goddamn fucking bread tubers with their bisexual lighting and animations and graphics and 4-hour videos and billion citations. They set the bar so high that like, what can I compete with? I can make a 10-minute video pretty quickly, but like it always feels like no, if you want to make something, I need to make a 9-hour video about the Greg Berlanti universe, covering each one of those goddamn shows, doing a recap summary while also including production details about each one and every, it just becomes like, in the scope, I always see like, what a video would require and how much work it would take. And then, at the beginning of it, it's like, God damn it, I don't want to do it.
All right. Let me just say hi. Katie said she had a bad day. So she was happy to be in here for a while to have some fun. Kaylee Chow. And again, thank you all for being members at the 99 cents here, or I have 2 tiers right now. I got 99 cents just to support, and then a $10 tier at the end of the month. We're going to be doing a raffle, depending how many $10 tiers we get. I'll have multiple raffles, and I'll hit you up for your address to mail it to you if you win. But without further ado, let's start playing this.
On July 11th, YouTube commentator and musician Eric July announced the crowdfunding launch of his new comic line, the Rippaverse, with the first issue of ISOM #1 being the launch of his comic universe.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, I'll let it keep playing.
I'm Eric July, founder, owner, and writer. Welcome to the Rippaverse.
F-slur.
You've watched some of your favorite comic book characters be bastardized to the point to where they're completely unrecognizable. They're just used as career stepping stones for a lot of writers that don't care about the lore. Some even despise their fans. Those are people that just want to
Wait. Hold on. It's funny that you have this picture of her with Obama.
That don't care
because I don't know if you've been watching the Saska sister dramas, the newest.
Well, I'm kind of curious. I don't know the source of it. They have a trans child, or they did satanic the horror movies where they like pretended to do incest or whatever. What is the source of the drama?
Kind of all of that. So I don't know if they have any children, but they have a long history of trans child activism, not just like trans rights and gender dialogue, but specifically trans children. They promoted this documentary about like, oh, this is a great documentary about like how good life can be for a trans child if the parents support them. And then magically around when they got canceled, it seems that most of their tweets and likes and whatnot kind of stopped, because I know they got canceled, sort of. They got like their account suspended for a while. I don't quite understand why. It's hard to dig up some stuff on them.
Okay, so they were in support of trans children, but they didn't, because like I thought
repeatedly,
I thought that they had like whatchamacallit, that what they did is they had they had kids that they were turning trans or something.
No,
and they're like saying protect trans kids or whatever. Was the
Well, I mean, that's not the
main
word. I mean, it just depends on what edge of the fence are. But you know, in terms of like mainstream, I can imagine why the Rippaverse audience hates that.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is like us, what I call the alpha core, the coalition of anti-rippas. We're trying to put the mirror in the face of these rippetards of like, wait, look at all this dialogue Rippa said. Is a tweet from last year, well, technically last year, but 2022. Where it's like, don't hire SJWs, this and that, you know, don't let them in, gatekeep essentially. And then he hires these people with all this history. The one thing he hired them for was the Black Widow comic. They've done other comics. And it's like nuns cutting cops' dicks off and assaulting people with dildos.
It's strange. Well, one of the talent that I was like kind of like happy to see is that there's this artist, Eric Cannon White, who I like a lot. And he hired him as like his head like creative director or whatever. And I guess I'm like kind of like okay with that because like have you ever heard of Uber?
I've heard of it, haven't read it, but I've heard
so it's probably my favorite American.
Jai Lee, maybe. Or
it's my favorite American comic from Kieran Gillen. It's basically like an alternative World War II where basically, you know, Nazis are about to lose, but then they uncover like this alien technology that basically, you know, turns them into superhumans, but the Allies get it too. So it's this arms race of who can produce, you know, superhumans as tanks. And it's just like this has this really dry clinical mode of storytelling that I absolutely love. But the problem is that it's like 4 issues away from ending, and you know, then the company that produced it, Avatar Press, just died on the vine. So now every like couple months I email them saying, hey, when's Uber going to come back? And they're like, thanks for your interest, we'll let you know when it's ready. And it's like, god damn it, your website's down. I just want to see an end to this fucking story. But I cannot recommend Uber enough. It's hands down one of my favorite series. The only problem is that there's only 4 issues and there's no conclusive ending.
Oh, okay. So I didn't know if it was gonna be a long series because I've seen like issue 1 in some pull boxes, and I think I got one. Well, maybe it's like a free comic book day version, but I'm aware of it, and I know his name Jai Lee after Cyberfrog 2, him doing a cover. Never heard of the guy before because I'm newer to comics. Comics Kid got me in comics. Generally speaking, I was aware of comics, but just was never a factor in my life really till the Star Wars crossover with EVS. But no, there's a litany of things with the sausages where it doesn't add up. It's like very clear Rippa just read the Black Widow book where they're hunting pedophiles. And he's like,
That's why he hired
and
them.
then maybe he thought that would like he just zoned in on that. I mean, clearly he didn't research the trademark at all with either he didn't research or he ignored, the ISOM trademark. So he's not bright, and he did no research on them and the headache that they are PR wise with the fan base he's built. Think of it this way: this war we'll get into later, more detail, but this war of EVS versus like Flash and Rippa, people were like, "Oh, don't go! Why would you attack fan bases that have channels at 500,000 subs versus you're like 140?" And it's like, right, but EVS already had like 20,000 before he got in the Phantom Menace. And
he's also like, a professional comic book artist who can like draw his own fucking shit and doesn't need to like have 3D models. So,
well, his whole channel started and was comics. He crossed over some Star Wars, but he's just always been comics, generally speaking. And so his channel is kind of thoroughly, you could probably guess at least 50% or more comic purchaser potential versus at its height thus far, the Rippaverse had 42,000 backers, which means like 8% of his channel backed his book if we're just thinking it's just subs and not people outside that we're purchasing from Fox and Blaze
Well,
coverage?
I think it's like because that's the big theory now that this is all like Glenn Beck's funding. He has this like, and that's half the reason. Like one of the funniest things in the recent Rippaverse drama was that Alex Stein was like getting on his wrong side, and then he had to squash the beef. And Alex Stein, I go to town halls. I'm so quirky. Ooh, AOC, and then he bent the knee because Glenn Beck ordered him to, because Eric July is too useful as like the libertarian black guy who can be
Exactly.
like, the puppets. We're not racist.
That's my thing, is like, and I can get away with saying it because I'm mixed, so it's like I don't have a racial team. I'm neutral when it comes to race, and I think Eric is not even intentionally, like he chooses me, but he the reality is he's advantageous to have as a pawn on your squad as the
Absolutely.
black guy.
Absolutely. It's always better if you're like, right leaning, to have more minorities who can like back you up. Like, the NRA, how they had that like noir guy a couple of years ago, who was like really pro gun, and he did all these like gun videos.
I'm not aware of that guy, but I can imagine the use of that. All right, let's get more of this before we comment more
about the lore. Some even despise their fans. Those are people that just want to tell stories that represent their social political views, even if they don't make sense for the characters that they're writing. And of course, these mega corporations that control these properties don't exactly make it easy for you to get in.
Oh my God, this is hilarious. What do you think of this, Rookie? On hindsight, reading these books versus this slideshow pitch?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, I feel like this is why a lot of people. I feel like it's why a lot of people got on board, was the way that he sold it. I mean, I was one of the ones that got into it too, where I was like, "Wow, this whole concept of his own little company, and he's plans to make a lot of books here and all this stuff. Like, sounds pretty good. He's been through the customers getting railed through Marvel and them, so it's like, okay, yeah, it's a pretty awesome idea for this guy to be doing that. All right,
you know what he nailed? He nailed the conservative purchasers' emotional basis. He hooked him with this pitch. And it's like, on hindsight, it's like, oh no. Now it's like, that's like the first red flag for me. It's like, you mentioned politics before. You ever talk about your story and your character? I'm like, all right, that's the grift coming. Fool me once, as George Bush would say. Yeah,
it was an expertly produced teaser. That's why, like, after seeing Eric July's kind of intelligence now, that's what makes me think that like Glenn Beck had like the best conservative media hit team, because like, propping him up, because this does not seem like something he would be able to coordinate on his own.
Yeah, it's so funny. So like, all right, I got this guy working out. It's like, oh, he's actually going to start. And that's the thing me and Ricky got in this arguing about. Before he read it, I read it because the Dick review. I got really interested, so I like found the pirated copy and I read it. I'm like, dude, this is dog shit. And then the more we read it, and then people point out like the art, and it's like, I always thought the art was weird. Then you find out about 3D asset, all these layers, but it all goes back to me and Ricky first arguing about jobs. And it's like, this is the value of Rippa's stuff and why like I am day one a backer every campaign now, is because this dude does not get just basic stuff, and he's enlightened me on things that I never thought about because I already thought about them. I never thought about it as a problem in creating, because it's like, well, these are clearly things you got to figure out to make your character and have a story. It's like, all right, what's his power set generally? And so what's like, how does he fit in the world? Is he like a Superman, or is he more like Punisher? Like where's he scale, And there's so much value in these books that creatively, like what not to do. First off, his pitch sells as like he's a rancher, and it's like we're 2 books into his world specifically, and it's like, when does this matter besides his employee on his ranch is affected? There's a perfect chance for Isom to delineate his perspective as a character through the new hires and give them like, yeah, it's great working the land because you appreciate the food, you understand where it comes from, you're not a city person that just takes it for granted. Maybe spritz in some libertarianism there. And no, it's like you get that moment with his ranch hand, and it's like, I don't know who Isom is yet. You know?
Well, factor in that like Isom is basically just like Gary Stu self-insert character who's like living, I assume, Rippa's alternative fantasy of just like having his. Yeah, that's what he is. There's nothing to like assert that like Isom just isn't like the fantasized version. And did you hear the recent revelation on I think
Jasmine?
it was, like, the biggest problem in the universe? Yes. The most important girl, Eric July's
My right-hand girl.
Gary Stu. Yeah, right-hand girl that he goes to save.
Oh, you mean that lesbian WNBA player? Uh-oh. Oh man, no wonder he hates the gays.
Wait, is she in the WNBA?
I think she was a WNBA star.
God damn.
I mean, what does that mean to be a WNBA star? I mean, you got 3 people watching the whole league, so what does that mean? But
I'm still waiting for like eventually like the BuzzFeed pop feminism machine to like try and guilt us into
watching it again for a day,
watching like women's sport. Yeah.
Sorry,
Just
I
like,
wasn't trying to cut you
know.
off. It's sometimes, at least into my ears, you're like cutting, and so I think it's like you said.
Oh, really?
So yeah, sorry about that.
Oh no, my apology. I always like try to like make sure like make sure the host gets to say what they say, but if I have an interesting thought, try and get it in there, but not push. But you want to continue forward?
Yeah, no, it's just I love this. This is great.
Understand what's canon. So maybe it's time for something new.
Epic.
Wait for it. This is the best part.
Woo! Goddamn hat.
Lightning! Oh my god! Lightning bolt! There's Yaira!
Yaira! North Africa! Oh my god!
The Rippaverse is the result.
This is why I stuck around for a minute, because you included this intro. You give a little thing.
How could I not? It's like the big pitch, and it's like so overly dramatic.
Yeah, that's what's hilarious too. So, if you don't know, there's a couple of characters I love from Eric. There's 3 I really love from Eric. It's Larry Shanghai. I love that intro because that's retarded. Again, it's like if he is Easter egg and this is a superpower guy, it's like it's very clear he's not thought about the implications of having a superhero that's just in a normal league. Like Spider-Man, when he first like does shit, he's cheating in the wrestling match, and then he gets his comeuppance morally with the guy shorting him $2,900, and then that leads to the Uncle Ben moment. So he gets like a big moral check to guide him to do right from now on, and Incredibles, a Disney movie that has no right to be one of the best superhero movies ever, they include this aspect with Dash where it's like, no, you can't win, you're cheating. It's like, well, you can run. At best you'll get second. You gotta hold yourself back because you're cheating ultimately. And even allowing him on the field at all is like questionable. But they address it, and it's like I don't think Eric has it with Larry Shanghai. So I love Larry Shanghai because it's so stupid. The 6 pages devoted to him rambling his drama. But I love Darren because I read him like Cat Williams, or my version of Cat Williams. It's like some of it legal, some of it not so much. You were an all-star athlete, but you amounted to nothing.
That does make it a lot better, but I just read it in Eric July's voice. Every character just sounds like Eric July.
I read Avery in an extremely white voice. You are
here's my analysis. Yeah, Rookie got hung up when we were reading together behind the scenes on StreamYard. He's like, "You're on one." He's like, "What? Did he not?"
Well, I read it like you are on one, like as in you are on one. ...
Where's
Where's the rest? Like you missed it.
I'm like, Rookie, he's speaking black. he's like, oh. But the thing about Isom is that I don't know if you've noticed this, but like he changes his verbiage white to black. He goes back
Does
and
he?
forth.
He sounds
Yeah.
the goddamn same. Like all the characters feel the same.
Yeah, there is a consistency in Ericisms through all the characters and overcomplicating dialogue. Like the start of Isom 2, I love how VS pointed out. It's like, normally I've seen you a bit perturbed, but you seem clearly blah blah blah. And it's like you could just be like, hey, are you all right? You seem stressed out. Like, but like it's like Eric's trying to write a white character, which is hilarious. Because it's like his tweets where he just like rambles. There was a video I saw Dick share a while ago. It was like 3 minutes of Eric rambling. The question was, if you could do anything different in Isom 1, what would it be? And he like rambles on. And all it was like, I would have added like 2 pages of the fight with Yaira. And he has no focus. And that's why I love it. Because it shows in his books.
Yeah.
But the third character, before I forget, the third character I love is Gading, because I read him like a robot, like he's unaware of tone, so he sounds the same all the time, because we don't necessarily have clarification that he's not a robot. And the way he comes in with his drones, it makes it more fun to me, where it's like, what do you know about the Great War of Separation?
I just also feel like Gooding is basically libertarian for kids fantasy character. Like,
Iron Man,
if only we got out of the government, then maybe we could have more competent people to serve as private investigators and robot security courses, and also firefighters. Like I can't tell if Gooding is supposed to be like a parody character, or if he's just like an expression of like, Eric July's like ultimate white man, and what he views as like, the best kind of person that you should aspire to be. You should either be a rancher or a guy who just like provides the public service that the state can't.
Well, I think that's probably the most libertarian character he's made from the subscription thing. But I'm like, as soon as I read the ad where it's like, hey, for a low subscription fee, I'll like put your fires out. And like, you know what that sounds like? The mob. The government, even though there's pork barrel spending. And I've really hated Eric's politics before I like turned against him, as a detractor with his comics and his shenanigans. I always thought his libertarian shit was stupid, because I'm like, yeah, just because the government has corruption does not mean we got to throw it all out. Like, the government conceptually is like, it's a impartial third party that judiciates services indiscriminately, regardless of like your power or money, that they're going to put the same effort into putting out the minimum wage workers apartment building fire as they would a White House fire. That's the idea of the government. And there's always like oaths and statutes and whatnot. There's penalties. So it's like, if you make a private industry, it's like, oh, well, private industry can make roads, for instance. This is a great argument by them. Well, sure. But if they like haphazardly make the roads, like, sure, you might not re-employ them to make the roads anymore. But what is the penalty for like damages? There's none.
Well,
it's just they're fired.
One thing I would recommend,
minimum standard.
One in regards to libertarianism, there's this great news article. I'll see if I could like post it in chat, where there's this story about this country. It was like this little town in Alaska that was like taken over by libertarians, and then due to their policies, it just wound up getting overrun by bears.
Oh God. They smelt the periods. Have you seen Anchorman?
Well, exactly. Like they just refused to do the it's been a while. I forgot that line. There we go. How New Hampshire libertarian utopia was foiled by bears.
Oh, New Hampshire. Oh, wow. Hey, what's up, Podcast? How's it going? You didn't reply to me, you bastard. Oh, well, you're here in the chat. So, I'm lost for a second.
All right, I posted it in the chat if anyone wants to read the story about the libertarian utopia, rapture that was overthrown by bears.
I don't see it yet.
And just out of curiosity, is my bird too loud?
No,
we can hear it. We can hear it here and there, but it's fine.
It's fine. It's not too.
Okay. If he gets a little too disruptive, let me know. I can put like a blanket over him.
Keeps on saying what it is.
I know. Damn it, Ricky. I know what it is I was going to get to. With Gading, you're like, I don't know what he's trying to do with him. I think aside from this kind of libertarian firefighter, public service angle, I think he's trying to make him Batman in his world. And it's crazy because one of the props I gave Eric initially when I read ISOM 2 is the idiotic narration of like, I'm out here in a truck. Other people got cool gadgets and this and that. And then I reread it. I'm like, wait, actually, it's not just the dialogue that's stupid in his head. It's the fact that he gives no Easter eggs. This would be a perfect time to show, I guess, Gading with an awesome car, because I'm assuming that's his Batman of this world, even though also Braxwell seems to be as well. But it would have been smart when he's like bemoaning his state as a superhero versus he's hinting at cool guys with cars and gadgets. That would have been a great time to have like the outskirts of Florespark and zoom, there's the Batmobile of this world. He's like, damn, I got to get me one of those. I'm in a fucking Ford.
Yeah.
Well, it just kind of shows you the sort of lazy world building. I don't know why it's like, the bird reminds me of a chirping smoke detector.
Are you part Black Lobster? Is that what's going on? You don't hear your fire alarm? That would have been great if you didn't already say your bird.
Oh my god! You ever see the Rippaverse video where he had like the Eric July puppet, and then he had the chirping fire alarm?
Yeah, that was great.
I laughed really hard. Let me see if I can like a quiet Captain Crunch.
Oh, you're fine. I'll address the chat. He says it's a Quaker parrot. Reiner says smoke detector. We got Slim Weepaw. I wish I wasn't a Rippa detractor because his music is all right, but good God, he's a damn child crying about everything. Oh yeah. I got Summer Swan, Winter Raven, the one from Eric's video. Yeah.
Here's the bird.
Oh, okay. Let me put you on solo real quick so they can see it.
Hello.
He talks too. I can never get him to talk when the camera's on. Look, I'm over here, parrot. Dance, and a dance. Look, I'm over here, parrot. So dance, and a dance. Look, I'm over here, parrot. Oh, there you go.
Screw you, buddy.
I recognize the old meme you're doing. The dance. I'm a kitty cat. Whatever.
Yep. There you go.
I had no idea. That's hilarious. Yeah, I guess we'll continue more because I'm loving.
I wanted to get to the real meat.
Result of a comic book lifer that wanted to be a part of the solution instead of always griping about the problem. Now, don't get me wrong, this was always a part of my aspirations. However, the current climate certainly sped things up. ISOM issue number 1 is the...
See, I never saw this trailer until I watched your video, and it's like I went and found the full this one, and it's like, who the fuck thought this was a good idea for him to sit in this like homeless man? Like, looks like he went to Goodwill and he's like, trying to get back on his feet, so he doesn't have a suit and tie, so he went to the Goodwill and got like something off the rack, and so he's buttoning the top button because he doesn't know if that's like proper or not. Or if it's like Cholo or whatever, like the Mexican gangster, they do like the top button.
It seems he's authentic. That's half the reason why he gets on Fox News, because it's like, it brings him out. See, he's literally, I'm not racist because Eric July is my black friend.
Yes, thank you. So many white people are afraid to say it. Besides maybe Vito and Dick. That's why I love those guys. Oh my god, it's just it was just funny to see this, and it's like the whole video is just him in this chair. It's like, and he looks tired, like he's just like, yeah, okay, 10 a.m. All right, I guess I'll read this script to the camera.
Yeah.
First book released through Rippaverse Publishing, which makes it extremely significant. Though this is ISOM's self-titled book, it also serves as a launching pad for our entire universe. This 96-pager was written by myself, Eric July. The pencil and ink work was done by the great Cliff Richards.
The pencil and 3D rendering was done by Cliff Richards.
Neglected that detail.
Did you follow that recent thing where it was, Tony the Geek Getaway? He had like the first post back in October, because I happened to screenshot it because Ripper Goalpost was trying to like mock him, and it's a total backfire by promoting Geek Getaway more to people to actually like analyze that castle scene with the truck. And then he just starts like kind of high siding, I guess what Eric would say about that art. Was like, yeah, this is actually really gay. Like, why is he pulling up to a tiny castle? And I always thought the art was weird in this book, but I had no knowledge of 3D assets and tracing besides like Greg Land. I didn't know anyone tracing common, and so it was funny, this whole thing. But like, he was on this tirade of like, there's no 3D assets, this is a fake narrative by my detractors. And then not even a week after he was on African American conservative channel and said there's no 3D assets, he does my criticism, my 3D render video, where he's like, yeah, I wish Cliff didn't use so much, but it's all right.
I didn't.
Yeah, he did a video where he memed himself over Red Fox doing his Elizabeth moment from Sanford and Son. And so he's trying to like mock his detractors for calling out the 3D render stuff. He's like, Cliff's been in the industry, he's done all these great titles. And it's like, oh, wait, now you're going to make us go back and see if he was 3D rendering back then, you idiot. And people just maybe didn't pay attention, But it's crazy because he has a recent book that came out called Borealis from Dark Horse. And you can definitely tell some of the 3D rendering, but it's like crazy that for a mainstream, like, timed book where it's like, all right, we got a deadline, get this fucking art out, 24 pages, boom. You would think that would be more of a chop shop moment than Rippaverse with the but no, it's not. The shit looks way better.
Well, maybe because he knew he could like phone it in, and that like Eric July wasn't gonna like give him too much of a hard time when he saw his Gary Stu punching Santuan. Oh
yeah, it was crazy, the fact that just on accident buying a Cliff Richards book of recent, like 2024, 2023, and it's like, what the hell, man? Like, this is like the same time frame as ISOM 2. Jesus. It's just, this is such a great retroactive like look back.
And the color work was done by Gabe El Taib, 2 comic book veterans. Only answer to the customer. We don't want to make the same mistake as the other guy.
The look on his face after he said that.
$1.3 million in just over 48 hours. This is incredible. This is phenomenal. This is ridiculous numbers.
What's your favorite part, Ryan?
Nearly 1,500 backers in 2 days. Comic book subreddit bans Eric July's Rippaverse comics for, quote, supporting comics from hate groups.
Comic book characters are getting a woke makeover. We've been telling you about this. You have a new comic book publisher promising to ignore cancel culture, and it is paying off. His number one nearly made $3 million already, showing no signs of stopping.
What I wanted to do was be a part of the solution.
Oh my God, he went on Fox with the button. Oh my God. Jesus. There's no one there to like, hey man, unbutton that top collar. You look goofy. You look like a fucking middle schooler trying to look classier than he is. Especially with a Cowboys hat on. Come on. Jesus Christ.
Instead of always griping about the problem, I spent about almost a year and a half or so really trying to get this bad boy off of the ground, and we finally, of course, just announced it, and it reassured everything that I had been saying.
It's got no politics and it's not woke. And everybody starts clapping their hands like a gibbering monkey, and they go, no woke politics in the comic book have to buy it. And I'm watching all these morons stumble over themselves to declare this complete loser the next Stan Lee.
Social media.
When I saw you had a biggest problem clip in there, like when this came out, I probably wasn't watching them, but when I saw them included, I'm like, oh, okay, this guy's gonna be a well-rounded video.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. And this is like this, after like seeing the videos I didn't watch when they came out at the front. Also, just really smart work letting Rippa do the work for you to start the video to hook people in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he had more resources than I did, and why not let the man himself, like, pitch about his universe? I hope you're able to hear like the over dramatic Inception music in the background.
Yeah. Oh my god.
It was a buzz all over as his tally continued to climb higher and higher. As of the time of this writing, it's over $3 million, but by the time I actually published this video, who knows how high it could have climbed.
Oh,
Plain chicken.
Goddamn Kiki Palmer. Skip that son of a bitch. At this point, you could even go as far as saying that Eric July is the most successful comic book crowdfunding project of all time, with the other highest project being Boom Studios' Berserker comic, which they did in conjunction with Keanu Reeves. But the Rippaverse, sight unseen, has made triple that amount. With success comes controversy, especially due to Eric July's libertarian views and commentary on his YouTube channel that features mostly pandering right-leaning stuff, discussing the culture war and disparaging wokeness, diversity, and expunging anti-SJW talking points, which in today's climate has put him on so many left-leaning shit lists that even the main comics Reddit, you can't mention the Rippaverse without fear of being banned or blocked. Not to mention how many leftist comic creators are angry about the Rippaverse's success, complaining on Twitter. But this marks an interesting cultural shift that could mark a larger cultural turning point. Join me as we explore the Rippaverse and what the ramifications of its success could mean for the larger cultural landscape surrounding comic books, nerd culture, and pop culture in general.
That's fun. I'm gonna leave it there so people can go check it out themselves. Let me put the link in the chat. His channel is linked in the description, but I'll put this video specifically, add it to your playlist. I want to give you that taste of what you can find with Lobster Magnets reviews. Good stuff. Man, that is an awesome video. Oh, I got to show you. We got to look at the comments for that other video. Let me find it. The ISOM's powers. What are, there we go.
I'm looking
so
forward.
Before I actually let you listen to this, we're going to look at some of these comments. And some of it might make more sense once you hear some of this. But yeah, here's my concept. You should change this title to something in the vein of theory video, or will ISOM learn to fly? I don't know, something like that to aid in future viewership, interested audience, fan theories, and speculation. Get more clicks off established videos. Thumbs up. So someone says, my best guess is he will get a kind of pseudo flight ability via his super strength through his legs by making great leaps and falling with style like Buzz Lightyear. So jumping like the Hulk, then gliding. It's very possible for human beings to aim their descent in real life through positioning their body, arms, and legs as they fall, and even survive without a parachute. If Eric knows this little tidbit about surviving without a parachute and includes it in future comics, he'll earn a lot of respect from me, because that's fucking badass to survive from an aircraft and live to tell the tale. I saw him leaping from the ground and gliding without a paraglider to deliver that 5-finger knuckle dust justice. Complete power move. Oh my god.
It's like the most basic storytelling possible. It's like your classic like 90s comic, which if it was just like 90s schlock, that would be fine. Because I think that's like the biggest problem, is that like all the shit in the 90s killed the comic book industry. People got sick of like the extreme, like overly muscle bound people. And to think that that's like returning to that is going to save it. No, it's not. But like, at least you could like try and tell a competent story or something that tells a full story of instead of ISOM, which is like 90 pages of, I go to find a friend, a family friend. I get insulted, and then I go back because he disrespected me.
Yeah.
And oh my god, and then ISOM 2 with the hell monkeys that come out of fucking nowhere. Like even that would have been a better story. Just like, I'm a retired superhero. I don't want to do superheroing anymore. Uh-oh, my ranch hand was taken by hell monkeys. It's time to put on the suit.
We thought that they were gonna that something about him being a rancher or farmer was gonna come into play at some point. No.
No, it's just
which because he's like, oh, I don't like that city. I'm out on my own, independent, whatever. And it's I don't know, like, well, what about it? We're trying to learn about him in any way, shape, or form. And there's just no information. And so you think with his buddy that gets captured by the hell demons, there'd be something there what you could use with both of them, and then build character on both of those, and then have more reason to be invested when the hell monkeys come or something.
Yeah, or just like, and also, what the hell is up with Texas? What is this like? Civil
that was
War?
our main thing,
dude. Oh, okay. So so I'm from Oklahoma. I live in Ohio now, but I'm from Oklahoma, and we're a flyover state. All we got is the Sooners and the Thunder, and maybe if you're interested in like Indian history of America, you might go to Indian Museum. So you got the nations and whatnot, and the casinos. Especially if you're like coming through the Midwest, going to Texas, take a stop by the border, go to one of the casinos like Durant or there's a weird town name. It's like Tushkahoma, I think. No, it might actually be in the central area, but man, I can't remember. There's like another area out further west and like Lawton. So all these casinos going into Texas, and the Texans love coming up because they can do more than just lotto tickets. But yeah, we're a flyover state, and if Texas became seceded, that would make us international border state with a new nation. So that would put us right on the map, if not us joining them and thus extending the Texas border or making a multi-state nation, essentially remaking the South. I think Florida would join Texas, and now you got to worry about control of the Gulf, and allyship with Mexico.
And then the Civil War
cartels. Now it's like not only do the Border Patrol, militarized Border Patrol, got to worry about cartels, but they also have to worry about the Texas military, or excepts in any other place aside from Texas.
Yeah. What are excepts? Where do they come from? How do they get their powers? Do they get different powers? Are there excepts all the superheroes? How does is someone born an except? Are they made into an except? Is it from alien technology?
It seems that Brian has I feel like I saw details somewhere that Brian became an except during the Great War.
Wait, who's Brian?
Brian Solari, the Superman of Alpha Corps.
Oh my God, they have names.
I thought they don't have superhero names besides ISOM being Avery Solman. Yaira, as far as we know, she might have a dual identity too, but she doesn't wear a mask, just like ISOM.
None of it comes off like a superhero thing at all. It's just like, oh, I guess that's them. And EVS pointed out in his critique, like they're in very small lettering next to their heads, their names, and it's like, oh, I mean, I guess that's there.
Yeah,
there.
Well, it's like they're cops, so it makes sense that maybe they have to like not have a dual identity, like the class superhero, like Clark versus Superman, or Bruce versus Batman, or Peter versus Spider-Man. But in Alpha Corps, they never show you what their home life's like when they're not in front of the camera. They're not in front of the people fighting crime. Like The Boys does that element great, because Homelander is Homelander all the time, but
yeah,
we see Homelander in front of the camera and behind the camera.
But I read like 20, 30 pages of Alpha Corps. I mean, Alpha Corps is like kind of like what I expected the Rippaverse to be, just like generic and like mediocre, 5 out of 10 storytelling. Like you're kind of, does it get worse or better towards the end?
Oh, essentially, spoilers, Alpha Corps is essentially the what do you call it? Like they're going off of like the Justice League Tower template, but it's really like the helicarrier plot plot line in Avengers, where Hawkeye, you know, plugs a fucking thumb drive with his arrow into the slot, and then this sends the ship crashing, and they have to fix it, you know, impromptu. That's essentially what happens. But how it happens is Brian, being a cop, he is following the trail of someone he thinks is related to this series of crimes. He steals a actually it's more complicated because this guy Billy Bob Quinn, or BBQ's his initials. That's a joke 'cause he's like a magma man. He goes to destroy the evidence at that one of the two bad people left in the safety deposit box, and the other person sent someone to, I guess, plant it, so they weren't talking to each other. So that already is like a weird contrivance. So Brian, while he's investigating, ends up coming across the magma man, and then he looks at the camera and sees where the other guy left the thumb drive, steals it without a warrant, because like, well, it's better ask for forgiveness, you know. And then he's got a I guess tech person on a computer on the Alpha Core base, and she's like, yeah, I don't know about this thumb drive. He's like, oh, whatever, we've clearly got antivirus, just plug it in. And then that sends the helicarrier crashing, and it's going to crash into the cops facility, the giant barn that is the police station. And then it turns out the like lowliest of X-Seps that they hinted at earlier, he's got like minimal power, but he actually like Super Saiyans to save everyone, but he Luke Skywalkers and dies doing it. And then it's like they give him like one panel of his funeral. It's like, yeah, he was a hero. And then it just cuts to like, all right,
wait, so is that Braxton, the one with like the helmet on?
No, it's not Braxwell. It's not Braxwell. It's some guy named Wilkins. He's just like a detective or a lowly cop that has to drive what's her name? The whip lady, Ingrid Valdez. He has to drive her around because Braxwell can't be bothered to fly her around. Neither can Brian. Like, she's the third wheel. She's just a bitch, just like she was in the other book about the data collection and stuff. She's just a nagging bitch the whole time. She's always condescending. She's always condescending, like, oh, Bri.
I think the thing that made me laugh the most was when like they do the Alpha Core animated trailer. They talk about data collection. Yes, the Alpha Core, the overwhelming demand for these incredible characters that ISOM runs into. What iconic moments can we bring to life in this animation? Of course, it's the scene where they sit around in a room and talk about data collection. We just have to bring that to life. That has to be animated. No Rippaverse super fan who pays $99 a month for the privilege of pre-ordering merchandise. They have to have the data collection scene.
I keep forgetting about him duping people with that monthly $100 subscription.
Was anyone stupid enough to do that? Like that was the most insane.
People, his fans were in his comments like, wait, monthly? Are you fucking kidding me? $100 a month for merch? I don't even get a discount on the comic? Are you kidding? So he restructured it. Now it's like 4 tiers, and it's at $50 is the max.
Even that's too much. Like for $99, you should send me all the fucking stupid bullshit for free. You know, that should be, even that I think is too much. You know, to get $100 Dokumon cards.
Or you could do like, all right, you've been a member at this tier for 6 months or a year. Here's a free comic package or something, because that totally covers. You know, that's worth the like sell, I guess, to Rippatards. Like, let me pay, what is that, like $600 a year to get a free comic.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe that's the only way you can get it. So overall, would you say Alpha Core was better than fucking ISOM 1 and 2?
No, they're all bad, but for different reasons. And I love all of it because it's so bad.
Because I mean, at least Alpha Core has like I don't know, doesn't Chuck Dixon have like a lot of really good credits?
He's got Bane, and then he worked on Bat Family stories in like I guess the 90s into the 2000s. I don't know a lot of Chuck Dixon more. His opening issue of Bane in the Nightfall story, pretty awesome, but I haven't really read past it because there's other writers that are intermixed in that series of interlocking Detective Comics Batman stories for that series. But he's like the overarching writer for it. So because it's like it starts with this really good intro for Bane in Nightfall. And then like he sets sights on Gotham, then it cuts to like Batman in Gotham and he's dealing with like the Mad Hatter, so it gets more silly. So it's kind of what I've read so far is kind of tonally jarring, interspersing these different series. Oh, he did Punisher as well, says Slim Weepaw.
So he's got some credits. He's not like a Garth Ennis or Alan Moore level guy, but you know, he is some good contributions. God, I'm like skimming through. What is this giant technodrome? Is that like their base?
Oh, the turtle shell? Yeah, like when the pigeon flies and you see the turtle shells. Yeah, that's the helicarrier, Justice League Tower.
Okay.
They call it the military guy of undiscerned rank on the ship named Ray. He says like, "Oh, I'm thinking about calling it the Eyrie, you know, an eagle's nest." And it's like, wow, how riveting! Like,
like, what is your guess about how much the Ira campaign is going to make? Yeah, like I can't see it like breaking 1 million.
I think it'll be a slight upswing. I'm saying at least 1.5 because you know boobies, if not 2 million.
You can never. That's very generous. Because
Yeah,
like it feels like the goodwill is like deteriorating.
Oh, I agree, but
you might be right.
I think Yaira will be that slight upswing, and then we'll continue the downward trend.
Because I guess she does kind of look like, you know, what you'd imagine like your Nordic princess Aryan super god would be, right? You know, stomp on me, Dami mommy, with your thick thighs. But like, it is funny to see the cope, like, you know, oh, it's actually really good. I love the Rippaverse. This is amazing. And these are like just sub mediocre stories. Like, God, you want to see something funny that I recently discovered?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of God's Gang?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Well, all right. Type in YouTube God's Gang trailer, and it's only 1 minute. You're in for a treat.
Okay. Sweet.
There you go. God's Gang official.
Free and flexible and creative.
I love how you like mute it. You're like, fuck you, ad.
Well, I just want to make sure that I don't get any.
Oh yeah, in case they have copyright. That's smart. I didn't even think of that. But, enjoy.
Friendship and laughter and flying kicks. Only together the world we can fix. God's Gang for different things.
Wait. So it's a Hindu, a Muslim, a Christian, blaxploitation man,
and a Jew. Well, yeah, yes.
What? Okay, it could make sense if it was a trio of the Judeo-Christian faith, but then you throw in the Hindu.
Yeah, well, because just kind of threw it in there.
I understand Hinduism, even though they have these different gods that they actually. Ultimately, they're kind of like Taoists or whatever. They have like they really believe in like one entity that we're all really part of one thing. It's kind of confusing being a Westerner trying to conceive, you know, of what they're saying, but more or less they believe, you know, I don't know about a dark side, but they believe in like a oneness that we're trying to like the reincarnation, you know, we're trying to like level up until we like pierce the veil is what I understand from a philosophy class. So, but it's just kind of totally outside of the Judeo-Christian trio. That could work of like, we all believe in Abraham's God, you know, like, okay, we can agree
on
like
the Bible. was talking about it with a friend, and he's like, "Why is the Hindu there? That doesn't make any sense." And honestly, I think it's just because the guy who made it, like, Taekwon Hindu, he came up with that pun, and he was like, got it, good, go. Like, I think that's the only reason it's in there.
This is good though. I'm definitely paying attention. I'm thinking, what the fuck with the Hindu? I love the blaxploitation Christian.
Crisscross.
Because that's such a strange, like, if you're trying to like think of like a meme of Christian, I don't think of Luke Cage. 70s,
No.
He's probably,
guess he's supposed to be like black church,
right?
of,
It's when I was a kid, because like I grew up Jehovah's Witness for a while, and then we slowly ultimately we went through all the ranks of major Christian denominations, like historically. Episcopal for a while. They had the gay priest get ranked up to bishop, so we left that, and then we just became Catholic. And I was that till I became atheist. So it's funny of like, all right, if anything, you would think like George Bush, he's Presbyterian. I think like the Church of America that they have ceremonies at for like the president's funeral, I think it's like a Methodist church. So like Presbyterian or Methodist, it's like it's the right amount of Protestant, but it's still a little liturgical, so it's kind of all encompassing. Everyone can kind of agree, versus like black church is like loud. They got gaudy, dress attire for especially the women, the hats, it's a lot of fire, brimstone, screaming preacher kind of. That's where James Brown got his stuff from, so it's just that even though it's like it definitely has an image, it's like that's like further down the pipeline if I'm trying to meme Christians.
Yeah, I just think he wanted like a cool black guy, and I don't think there's much more thought than that. But keep on
I do
going.
like it.
You got to get deeper into this.
We may not agree on when to pay, but when we join hands, help us on the way. Crisscross is kind but never weak. He'll blow you away with his other turn sheet. Ninju has the power to analyze.
Ninju, oh my god, I love it, but that's audacious.
I laughed so hard.
If it was like, all right, I am the Jewish guy, my name is Jedediah or Ezekiel or something, but then like, all right, I fight in the ninju style. That would be not calling them ninju. That's funny.
I laughed.
Taekwon Hindu can hear the words of animals, insects, plants, and birds. Sumo Slim can spin a tail to capture our enemies without fail.
Wait, they had the Muslim doing magic genie shit?
Yeah.
That's the problem with Miss Marvel. That's why they're making her a mutant, because trying to sell magic Muslim character, like that doesn't work. So you got to make it a mutant power. So it's like genetic and not, I guess, like honestly, Chinese hate ghosts, and then the Muslims apparently really hate like magic in their characters.
Honestly, I think the reason why they're making her a mutant is because that's what they want to do otherwise. But Ike Perlmutter was kind of running Marvel Comics. So they're like, at that time, they were like, fuck Fox. We don't want to give them any money. So basically, the Inhumans are the mutants. We're going to make the Inhumans the mutants. And now that, it's one identity where it's like, fuck the Inhumans. We don't need them anymore. Let's go back to mutants. And that, I don't think anyone will admit it, but I think that's the only reason she's a mutant.
Oh, man. This is hilarious.
Better we stand for each other, fighting for others for now and forever.
There's also a full pilot. I recommend you check it out in your own time. I think it's hilarious. But
that is great.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I'm gonna subscribe. They got 400,000. Wow. Everyone's crying about Has Been Hotel. Just watch God's Game, you idiots. Yeah. You're clearly not doing God's work to counter the hell of Amazon.
Exactly.
Which is funny. Biggest problem, I don't know if you saw this recent episode with their
I've seen all the episodes. So
yeah. They're talking about the Has Been Hotel and the
the satanic panic.
It's like, well, I mean, they're all gay in hell and they're miserable. So like, you think the Christians would like that idea. And I'm like, dude, that's such an apt observation.
Yeah, that's that's kind of like what Vito's really good at. But I guess I brought up God's Gang is like this is what you like. This is what you are, Rippaverse. This is what you are unironically. That's the kind of fandom you are. Only you're like trying to pretend like, oh, it's really good. It's really good. Marvel's quaking. DC Comics is quaking with the 40,000 Eric July's warehouse and Dick's little stooge Riley, who is the dumbest motherfucker in the planet. What does that say about you? I don't have a high opinion of Riley, but I understand why you love him, because Eric July was stupid enough to like fall into his trap.
Yeah. If he would have just been like, hey, I'm reading your super chat. It's bunnies. Thanks, I guess. Like, stay away.
And then that would have been the end of it. Instead of revealing that like Isom Knox is my grandfather. And then did Riley go to
Isom early instead of having this like reveal, and I guess Isom 3 of his origin or whatever. Oh my! And then he's like, does the whole pity party victimhood. I look at these people. They went to my great grandpappy's grave.
You keep on giving them ammunition with that stupid warehouse, and then he like super chatted you, and like you just, that's the thing about a troll. You keep on feeding them, you make them stronger, you make them bigger. You know, that's what the freaking critical drinker knows, is that you don't feed the trolls, and then you get to like talk to, you know, you actually get to talk to the filmmakers behind Miss Marvel. Like, by any chance, do you ever see that interview that the critical drinker does?
No, I don't watch him.
He actually had like the two.
Whatever good points that dude can make, I just can't stand him. I think he's a grifter, so I don't want to give him any viewership. If
I don't blame you.
Someone points out a thing, like especially like Rookie, then it's like, all right, I guess I'll watch this snippet. But I don't like hearing him to begin with, and then he's so pretentious. I just
on one of his side channels, he did a really interesting interview where he had like Billy and Hilal, these two like Danish Pakistani filmmakers who directed the first and last episode of Miss Marvel, and they actually had like a really interesting civil discussion. And I think it's like, in terms of this culture war miasma that we're stuck in, it was like one of the most interesting, because you have like two people who the right would call diversity hires, and then you had like this forefront of the Chuddiverse talking about it, and they were actually, he said that like I thought the pilot was basic. I don't think he gave her a good reason, and they said, well, the pilot was didn't have much action because it was supposed to set up the slice of life and the tone in the family, and you said you like the tone in the family, and that's what we were trying to do. And if you ever have a chance, I'd recommend tracking down that video. I thought it was a really interesting discussion. But whatchamacallit, the fact that he's able to have those discussions is the fact that he doesn't like fight with every like 2-bit leftist who makes a video essay talking about like the critical drinker is toxic garbage. He just ignores it, looks at his YouTube analytics, looks at all the stupid money he's making, and the fucking God, that's one thing I wish I could build, is like the the Chuddiverse live stream grift. Like, fuck, you just sit there and like shoot the shit with a bunch of buddies, and then people like throw you $50 bills just so you can give them a smidgen of your time. Oh, I want that.
Yeah,
so
yeah, chat.
badly.
Yeah, we're shooting the shit. Where's my super chats, you cheap, poor brokies? Oh, I guess it's because you're detractors, so you're broke.
Yeah, he's top quality entertainment. This is the talk radio of the future. Why aren't you giving them $2-3 so Google can take the 30%? That's what you got to be doing.
It's funny you say that, because me and Ricky were watching. We're into season 3 of Breaking Bad now. We're really binging through it. I've already seen it like 4 times, so I'm well versed. But I'm picking up even smaller little details. Anyway, we're at the part, spoilers, people. 3, 2, 1. Where Jane's dad fucks up and has that crash happen over Albuquerque, and they're showing like all the
2 or 3. I always thought
it
that
might be. I think season 2 ends with the crash, and then season 3 starts with like the fallout from it.
Yeah, the aftermath.
News.
But,
yeah, and they're showing like essentially a montage of news coverage for it, and I'm like, oh my god, just think how amazing it'd be if like 9/11 happens, but it's on, we have like today's YouTube where people are covering it where it's like, yeah, there's this attack and wow, yeah, thank you, Rye Guy 57 for the $50. Quote, I think it was them.
Well, I mean, you have that with fucking Israel, with like, you know, Hassan Piker and Vosh, you know, being like, yeah, we're on the ground around journalists. We got our Twitter feeds. Oh my God, we've got a JDM, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you kind of have that already.
Yeah,
You just
well, I
haven't
mean,
had like
like-
a 9/11 event.
I mean, we're having it, but to the level of like this is rivaling CNN or Fox, where it's like people are going here for everyday news, and then oh wow, we got our journalists there. Here's the footage. Yeah, we got commentators. So then you get like, you know, random people. Hey, we're gonna throw out the link. Anyone wants to come in and give their 2 cents, you know, whatever. But be a member, you can come in. But you know, like just full democratic chaos with news coverage. I would love to see that, like the YouTube format take over news, to see like just real normal people on whatever spectrum of politics, just like having a normal take and not being like political, and having their suit and tie and their little earpiece, having the producer scream in their ear, no, don't say that, don't say that, cut, we're going to commercial, you know, like
Well, you have everyone's favorite on-the-ground journalist, Tim Pool, every night with his Timcast. Although I don't know if you count that, but it's getting closer to that point. I guess you need like 1 million views.
Yeah, I did. I think I did acknowledge that when we were talking about that.
What
I
would
just
you
think it'd be
say?
funny.
What would you say the threshold is in terms of whatchamacallit? Like, would it have to be 1 million? Like views on a YouTube stream or Twitch stream? Like what would you count by your criteria to see that?
I have no idea. I think it'd have to be like 50,000 live viewers or more. I have no idea what the metric would have to be to actually like validate that kind of platforming. But let me adjust the chat a bit. You know, we're having just such organic fun with Lobster. Chuck Dixon, it's a good writer, but it's hard to make a good book if Eric is vague about everything. EVS did a cover for him, and he said he was vague about his book. It was difficult. Baxley says, Jew Ninja. Yeah, you're seeing some excitement for Yaira. Says Summer Swan.
Is that a feature of Streamlabs where you get to like highlight comments?
Yeah, so like I got you right here in the center, and then I can go to the other page to like that I'm showing to like enlarge it, but I can't see the chat then. So that's why sometimes I'm not engaging the chat.
Oh God, I gotta recommend this to some. There's a guy I know who every now and then I come on his podcast, and he wanted like a software that was easy to use, and he was having trouble with OBS. You might find this easy to use. I guess that's why so many people like StreamYards. I just don't like the $20 a fucking month. But I guess is it a trial or is it just like free features?
You can, I think, have up to 6 people free, but you'll have like the logo of StreamYard and stuff. You can't really customize it as much as if you have the $20 or the premium. But yeah, Chris says no Mormon, surprising. And then we got Outlawed Thoughts, Leighton saying Ninja. Let me see. I grew up Catholic, but I didn't go to church anymore. Or don't go to church anymore. My coworker wants me to go back to church. His wife made me a beautiful rosary and had it blessed before giving it to me. Well, that's nice.
That's sweet.
Well, yeah. Oh, go on.
One thing that's interesting in this whole culture war is like how like it feels like people are like kind of wanting to go back to religion, where we're like there's this like sense of yearning for community, and then you've got all the fucking red pill people who are all like, you know, cosplaying like, you know, I fucking hate Circa, but it's like, yeah, Jesus Christ is king. I'm gonna go have some more coke and fuck a stripper. Oh, Jesus, Nick Fuentes. And then you've got like Sneeko, who's like, you know, cosplaying as a devout Muslim, follow Allah, and the Quran is the truth. And also, I'm also gonna do Molly and you know, fuck OnlyFans girls. But I do think it's interesting that like there's this like, you know, kind of like quasi tradcon culture, or at least this attempt at LARPing at tradcon culture. It hasn't quite become cool, but like a lot of people like that idea that like, you know, through the power of God, you will get out of the goon cave.
Well, it's funny you say that, because this is part of what I was going to actually address with Summer Swan. If you don't know, so I won't zoom out, but I'll tip it up for a minute. So my background art, I got the owl and Athena because I'm getting into Hellenism, which is the Greek gods. And it's for me, it's like not a matter if they're. Oh God, I'll just turn off my camera. Don't want to bother reaching for it, but for me, it's not even a matter if they're real or not. I think if like we had definitive proof, like Christ, that was a lie. I think so many Christians would off themselves because they'd be like, oh, well, what was the point? Blam, there's no heaven. Versus me, I'm like an optimistic nihilist, so I don't need an ultimate plan to have a purpose. I'm an animal with just genetic programming to live, and then trying to find the arbitrary purpose for myself and intermingle in society that I'm born in. And so like the gods for me are like totems. They're archetypes of like their role is this, if you're trying to like strengthen this aspect, devote yourself in this way to them. Whether it's real or not, if they're actually going to bless you or see you, I think it's good to have a at least in your mind, someone looking over your shoulder to like keep you straight, even if you're lying to yourself about their reality. I think it's good. There was an experiment with kids where they had 3 groups, and the task was like do a puzzle or a game or something. And so you had one group with a some oversight, like doctor or whatever you want to call it. You had a group with no one watching them, and you had a group that they were told a fairy godmother's watching them. And the supervision group and the fairy godmother group tested at the same rates of cheating versus the no supervision had the most cheating to get like the cookie or pretzel or whatever. And so I think that kind of indicates the purpose of God or law. God being like the concept of oversight of morality or whatever. So that's kind of how and I'm very on the surface with it. I haven't like because it's hard to like research like what is just like the practice because they're trying to reconstruct it, and there's all these arguments like how to do it. Is it an ethnic religion for the Greeks, which is retarded because they had one of the oracles in Egypt, so they were open to all the other gods. And, I'm not going that expansive. I'm just kind of focusing on the map. It's all encompassing. It's a praxeology. It's get into philosophy, etc. Just be better in every aspect, be a citizen and contribute. So that's there for me. And what's funny, the reason this ties in with Summer Swan being Catholic or lapsed Catholic is I went to a Catholic church last year for the first time in like 5 years. And it's funny with this perspective now because I'm like, oh, this is just a temple like for the gods that's been hollowed out, and they've shoved Jew and Jewish cult, which is Christian elements into it. They've replaced the gods with like a prime god, and then like the saints are like demigods, because you'd have little small shrines in the temples of the major god. And it's like they just hollowed out and put new figures in the thing. And when you kind of have that sight, it makes it kind of funny of like, you start adding little things up. And it's funny because Nietzsche, I'm getting into him. He was an atheist philosopher, but he was all about return to Greece. Like Greece was like the primacy of humanity. For me, I think I've come to that conclusion on accident, and now it's intertwining with trying to dig into his philosophy, because I think the reason the Greeks were so amazing and revolutionary was because they had a ethic of moderation generally, and they were also equal part abstract society reaching for heights in art and architecture and whatnot and thought, but they were still subject to warfare and to famine and to droughts. And so they were equal parts man and animal, if you're like generalizing. So it's just interesting going to a Catholic church, which is, rooted in, Rome. They overlapped Christmas with Saturnalia to kind of blend in. There's this whole history of Christianity, whether you're talking about Catholic or just general Christian, of like seeping into a culture and kind of trying to blend their pagan customs into and Christianize it. to win them over. The Jesuits are really bad about that as a conversion factor of the Catholic Church, where it's like, hey, you Asian people, you love worshiping your ancestors. As long as you're worshiping Jesus first, we'll let it slide. That's what the Martin Scorsese movie's about. I think they're Jesuit monks and priests.
Which one? The Silence?
Yeah,
or,
Silence. I think they're supposed to be Jesuits.
I haven't seen it. I heard it's like a very good movie, though. I had this weird idea. I don't know if there's any like philosophical pretense that, like, hypothetically, that like religion is like
really quick. Leighton, yeah, I'll send you the link.
That like religion is like a whatchamacallit, like a hive mind, and God is manifested in the collective will of the constituencies that believe in the customs and rituals of that faith. So you could say that, like, churches that dot when you drive the landscape are like little ant hills where people commune, and the entire force of Christianity and the Christian God is the invisible will that manifests, and I guess in smaller, greater acts of kindness. And that's kind of, and each religion has its own kind of central focus depending on how many followers it has. But I don't know if there's any basis, or that's just me rambling.
No, it's very interesting perspective. Like one of the things that led me to atheism, and there's so many little things, but like you hear I'm biased, you think people might assume like, oh, well, you left that because that's not allowed, with biblical interpretation and very clear kind of heteronormative, sometimes direct messaging through God, like Jesus talking about the institution of marriage, one man, one woman, no adultery, no remarriage, stuff like that. It's very clearly a heteronormative religion that values married hetero couples. Makes sense. But no, it's none of that, none of like social influence of today's kind of politics, devaluing Christianity. One thing is there's three unrelated peoples in history that I think really tell a through line, and that is whether it's real or not, the story of the enslavement of the Jews and the Hebrews in Egypt, the Vikings, and the American slaves. They kind of intertwine, for like my perspective, in the sense that the Vikings, the fragments we have of their religion, their stories, are very contradictory because it's mostly contained by like one writer that had conflicting stories. But all this was written by Christianized Viking descendants. All right, so you don't know how much has been flawed or meddled with by like monks. Like Beowulf's story, it's probably written down by monks. We don't know what they maybe edited out to like not be too pagan. So there's not really a purity to that story, and so you got to think about translation and writing down at the start. And you apply that to, you look at like that religion, whatever fragments we got, it's again fragmentary at best. Think about 400 years of oral tradition of slaves in Egypt. Slaves that apparently had no rest day. They worked till they died. They're probably, with the lack of ethics, they're probably, being assaulted a lot, having hybrid children, if you will, mixed children. And if you're a slave, generationally, and you're building these pyramids and whatnot for the Egyptians, you might start thinking, maybe their gods have some validity over my ethnic, shit god for my tribe that's enslaved. And again, the Bible, I think, kind of validates my point, because what do they do when Moses goes on the mount? They make a golden calf. There's a cow god in Egypt, Apis. I think they had a temple in like Memphis for him. So it's like, it's very clear that on top of the multiple stories of different empires in that region, the Levantine region, it's very clear there was intermixing of religion with the Jews, because they turned quick to Egyptian worship, sacrilege. And they had the earthquake, opened the fault, and killed a bunch of them. And so you apply it to slavery in America. black people are the most church people in America, percentage wise. They're all Christian. It's like, where do they get that? Because they were slaves. They're slaves that were indoctrinated by the white Christians, And so you start putting these kind of ideas together, thinking about like long-term sociological effects with religion. And it's like, oh yeah, this religion is like amalgamation of different religions. It's not pure, in my view. Now the Christians, they'll think, oh, no, the oral tradition, God, the Holy Spirit overlooked it to preserve its purity through the storytelling. That's how the Christian has to view it. But for me, I'm like, oh, clearly it's going to lose its value with oral tradition and no like writing for 400 years. Well, and again, the Egyptian worship.
Throw my bullshit thing back into the water. You could say that like because if you view religion as like an organic organism, that is the organism surviving various periods of culture and adapting to the times. Kind of like how Christian churches become more accepting of homosexuality versus how it was previously, where it was an unthinkable sin. Where now the Pope has lessened his stance.
Yeah.
And, is that the doctrine, or is that just the organism adapting to survive in the climate that it's in?
I think it's the latter. Well, because like the Pope had a trans woman lunch recently at the Vatican.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then he I think he took in a piece of art into the Vatican from a guy that's famous for having a piss. What do you call it?
Was that
but a crucifix and piss? This was like his
art. That famous transgressive piece of art.
Yeah. What's up, fake renown zero? It says, I made a video about you. I'm sorry. They beat my fat ass if I don't toe the line. Loves. I don't know if you know who Renown Zero is. He's a Rippaverse. He's like almost all his videos are Eric based. And he always starts them off with like, hey, this Rippaverse campaign is here at funding. And then he'll also show like this like manga, I think what Toxic Blade Devil or something like that. Blade Devil. He always starts his videos with that coverage. And then he'll talk about whatever topic. Usually it's Eric based. So it's funny. I think it's fun fact. Chinese people used to enslave Jews during the 8th century and also in 1830 in the Confederate States of America. There were 11,000 slaves owned by 4 Jews. I never know with that because, clearly slavery's allowed in the, the Torah, the Mosaic Law, even though there's rules about, ethics. But you never know if that's being pushed by white supremacists. I don't like to throw white supremacy around, but whenever you say, "Oh, most of the slave owners of the South were actually Jews," I'm like, "Were they?" With the like
I don't
hard
think so.
Christian Protestant South? You think there's a lot of Jews hanging around in the South? I don't buy it.
Well, as a Jewish gentleman myself, one thing I always wonder is like why, like I identify more as white than Jewish. I don't know why the white supremacists aren't like, hey, you guys are pretty much the same as us. You come from Eastern Europe. I don't know. I always felt like, never felt like it was like a different ethnicity, but I guess they're gonna, go after the goat of their field, good old the H-man. But I always felt like it was kind of like a stupid distinction.
Ryan says Andres Serrano did the piss Christ photo. Yeah, it's funny going back to the Pope. That's why I left. Aside from like different like historical and scientific inquiries that kind of undercut if you're like reading the story hard, like black white. This is how it happened. I'm like, that doesn't add up with science, it was the Pope Francis. I really like John Paul II. Even Ratzinger, I think he was really stuck in a bind. Also, he was Hitler Youth, so he just gets smeared for that without context. Unfortunately, well, you like him or hate him, it's like I try to be fair. It's like he was Hitler's Youth because like that's what all the youth did. You had to. This was nationalistic school, Francis, right from the get-go, I had misgivings with this guy. I'm like, oh man, he's going to work around the infallibility clause because he's not changing dogma. What he's doing is he's changing culture. he's like, well, yeah, abortion is sin, but do we have to talk about it all the time? It's like, whoa, man, like, yeah, if you're a Catholic, whatever state you're voting in of the world, you should be voting with your Catholic conscience, trying to guide the secular state to be more holy, to like intermingle with the religion that you're a part of. Like every religion should be, its adherents should be voting off of those ethics. I hate seeing people like Biden and Pelosi, supposed Catholics, and they're voting for all this leftist stuff. Like, you're not Catholic. You should be excommunicated. You should not receive communion. And it's like, I'm not even part of the religion, but I understand this, where it's like, you are not an adherent. Your policies, it's just, I really hate, don't be part of something if you're not going to do it,
Have you ever seen The Young Pope by any chance?
No, I don't like Jude Law.
Oh, really? You don't want to see him as like the
Hate
sexy
his
Pope?
face.
But he's a pretty good actor. I don't know. There's this great scene in The Young Pope. I think it was the second season, so maybe it was without Jude Law, where like the guy who's like the new Pope is like hanging out with Marilyn Manson, and they're like exchanging gifts. It's like this really kind of fun, awkward conversation. I feel like you'd find it as an interesting series.
Huh. Bertram Korn. I'll check that out. Jay Gooch, Diabolical Soul, says, yo, what's up, everyone? Stopping by for a quick hello. I appreciate it. We're having a good time with Lobster here. And if you have to go early, sometimes these streams go for like 4 or 5 hours. So if you have to go at any point,
I can go for like maybe like another half an hour. Then I
That's
gotta
fine.
go back to my wage cage. Get ready for my wage cage tomorrow.
Nice.
Oh God,
I understand that. I'm a factory guy, so I do like 12 hours shifts.
What factory you work in? I've done some.
Well, I
factory
don't want
work.
to disclose any details.
All right, you don't want to dox.
I'm Comicsgate, and so I don't know how much you know about the history, but there's whether these have been false flags or not, there are Comicsgate detractors historically that have supposedly doxed different people. Your boy Zach, Tug, I don't know if he claims Comicsgate, but he's intermingled in the group. So those guys got doxed. Peter Serenity got doxed.
That's why I'm always really careful about like not using the T word or whatever, not saying the wrong thing about trans people, because like that's
the problem for me with the T word is like, I like to enjoy the content, and every video says trannies getting slammed, gang, whatever, and so it's like, wait, how are you going to sell me this? And then the actresses get on Twitter and be like, tranny's a slur, and it's like, you contribute to it. Fuck you. What am I supposed to call you?
I don't know if it's like, dyke is one of those words that like is like, it depends on who says it. When I say it, it's like the worst thing ever. But if you have the queer card, it's like a term of endearment. One of my most hilarious things that I saw was like a year or two ago, there was like a, for the Pride Month, they were talking about Dyke Pride, and it was like every time the NPR announcer had to say, on 4th Avenue, there will be the big Dyke Pride celebration, which is the theme of this year's LGBTQ thing, and I was just kind of like chuckling. It was like, oh, it sounds like you're saying a hate word every time you say it.
Yeah, it gets confusing. It's like, I wish you could go back to like 2005.
Oh God, yeah, I missed the early 2000s internet culture so much. One video, if you enjoyed the Rippaverse video, I highly recommend you watch it. One of my videos I was most proud of. It's called "The Ethics of Edgy Comedy." God,
you got Chappelle on it, right? Yeah.
A
bunch of videos I've seen of yours. I'm going to dig into.
Leave comments on them. I always love comments on older videos. Basically, I kind of talk about how like, in the 90s and 2000s, anything could go. Offensive humor was like the king, and the understanding of edgy comedy is like anything goes as long as you're not directly attacking. So I can make an offensive black joke, but as long as I don't like point at a black person and say, ha ha ha, you're stupid because you're black, that's fine. That was the ethic of it. As long as you like,
no, I'm fine with that too.
I love that era. I love the 2000s, and I miss it. but then in like 2011, 2012, we kind of got the rise of the social justice culture, which kind of like started in Tumblr. It also appeared in like blogs, like Upworthy, Mick.com, The Root. And the idea was to like, we want outrage porn so we can get like Google ad bucks and Facebook ad bucks and all the ad networks. And two, the idea was like, we're going to, things aren't improved, things could be better, we're going to bring all this academic thing, we're going to tell the Game of Thrones writers that there's too much sex and sexual assault and I'm not watching Game of Thrones anymore, and we're going to tell Kevin Feige you can't have any people anymore, there's too many white guys that are named Chris, you gotta change it, you gotta we can't live in our modern world. And little by little, the Anita Sarkeesians and the Gamergates, they would win those values because nobody wants to be racist or sexist or transphobic or have that label stick. It's like I always wonder, it's like a hypothetical thought experiment. So if I had to have like a label stuck to you, homophobic, transphobic, or racist, which one would you pick? Which one do you think you could live the most under?
Racist, probably, especially because I'm mixed. So it's like, well, what does that mean?
Yeah, you could probably survive that. I feel like maybe homophobic or racist is maybe like transphobic is like, you don't want to be that. They'll dox you and report your Google channel and get you deplatformed off the internet. I feel like, Trump, Gamergate was kind of like a reactionary of like, your average working person is like, fuck you. Like there's this other, you ever heard of Wisecrack?
Oh, I love that channel, but they definitely fell off after Jared.
Oh yeah. They absolutely did.
They've kind of gone full leftist instead of like, even though Jared's clearly like a lefty, he's like kind of rational with his takes.
Yeah, he's very center left. So he can like he left Wisecrack and he has his own channel and he does a lot of really interesting videos. So I would recommend checking out his stuff.
Yeah, Jared's channel. Yeah,
he does a lot of. Oh, fantastic! You know the good sauce.
Yeah, that is my goal. That the Wisecrack of Jared's era. That is the goal I would love to achieve with this channel. Is have like pop culture philosophy. Like my first big video was actually like my first true upload. It's like Philosophy with Dan. It's hit like 1.5K. It hasn't really got traction afterward, but it's like me kind of pondering my interest with the interesting nihilism of Thanos and his religious devotion, and is he bad or not because he's kind of holy in his endeavors. He's kind of like Shigur.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great ideal to strive for. I love content where you examine things and you don't like bring it through like a leftist prism where if this thing, which was not designed for leftist values, doesn't ascribe to leftist values, it's bad and you should feel bad for liking it.
Yeah, we got Outlawed Thoughts.
I love
here
that.
And oh, sorry, I was just introducing Leighton. I was introducing Leighton to you. This is Outlawed Thoughts.
Hi, Leighton.
Chat.
All
right. What'd you have for us, Leighton?
Say that one more time. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. It's just I don't know if it's my internet lagging or what, but sometimes it sounds like Lobster's like cutting, like stopping, but then I'll see him like continue. I'm like, oh fuck, I'm cutting him off.
Hope it's not my internet.
Yeah. What'd you have for us, Leighton?
Oh, I'm doing all right. I had nothing much. We were talking to the chat. Somebody asked me whether I liked Tim Pool. I just said 50-50. That was my response. I heard you guys talking a bunch of religious stuff. That's kind of my forte, history stuff. So that was random.
Oh yeah. Well, before we dig into it, hold that thought because I want to actually dig into this a bit because I know Lobster's going to leave soon to prepare for work. So I wanted to show him this Rippaverse video. But what were you going to say, Lobster?
Oh, before you play the Rippaverse video, but like Jared said that like when you're against fun and joy and you're the destroyers of joy, you're obviously going to get people to turn against you. And that's what like a lot of leftist, blogs and video essays feel like. They just feel like you are the destroyers of joy. You can't like the girl with the big boobies. Everything is problematic. And like, that's not a great prism to build art or entertainment for whatever, whether it's enriching your lives, giving you a little bit of relief from the banality of life. And, there are things that embody, left values that are good, like, everything everywhere all at once. But like when you try and force superhero comics to like abide by those values, then you create a market where a shitty 90s knockoff comic makes $3 million just because it's sold as not being woke.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, like hold your thought, write it down, possibly put it in the project so you don't forget what you're going to add. But I want to examine this Rippaverse video with Lobster because this is why I found him in the first place, because I looked up what are ISOM's powers to see what the market was to make that video and its possible longevity. So here we go.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of EETV, where we strive to bring you everything in entertainment. This is my follow-up video for ISOM, issue number 1.
Let's see, Mr. Power Scale, what you got?
The explanation of Avery Sealman, aka ISOM's powers.
You gonna set the programmer on this?
If you already read the
Good Avery
ISOM, we can focus on a couple of things. First, during the opening panels of ISOM number 1, we saw Avery Sealman practicing boxing at his compound. He was hitting heavy bag. You also could see during the open panels of his ranch that he had a track, he had basically everything that an Olympic athlete, you could argue that. Everything that an Olympic athlete.
Could you pause it for a second?
Olympic.
Like IEFAP. This is like, on one hand, I am both charmed and horrified by this. I am charmed at the level that like people are attempting to build culture, because like to me, like my greatest goal and dream of life is to either be a part of something that's building culture or build culture of something myself through like a written project or comic or a TV show or whatever. That's probably not going to happen at this point, but a man can dream. And this guy is like, all right, let's dig into the ISOM. Let's see all the evidence that Eric July has provided us in this text about all the details of this universe. But it is such a shallow pool of a universe. It just feels like futile and dumb, like trying to build this fandom of like, death battle, like power scaling. Well, ISOM, Avery Stillman hit this wall, which destroyed some bricks, which was easily with 2.2 tons of force. And that's what made the bricks fly off. So that's how we could put him at a C-class tier of universal strength.
They don't exactly do set the programmer type stuff like that. It's not as in depth.
I showed Ricky about half of this before, yeah.
Not quite as in depth as what you're thinking.
To stay in shape. What we've seen with his power so far, we've seen that he has super strength. During his first and second battles at ISOM number 1, we see him knocking individuals more than several feet away.
Man, this really quick is silly that he like jumped at this, because like, well, this is a comic, so you got to like exaggerate shit to show like, whoa, he's fighting people. So it's like, man, this guy's really reaching.
You could have a normal guy punch in a comic and it'll look as epic as that, though. That's what
this doesn't like really feel like a super powered thing. This just feels like action guy. This feels like anything.
What we have also
also
seen is the growth of those powers during a specific panel, and I'm going to picture it here, right there. You would see
he didn't change the panel.
We were so confused. We're like, where? It's still in the same panel. It's
oh my god,
the top or the left? Like, what's he talking about?
That in that panel,
and then
Avery Sealman says he has trained his body to do things that no one else can do. That gives me a clue
No,
That gives
I
me a clue
love that line
that-
because in the books it's like I train my body, do things that I can't do. So I'm like, does he do something with his face to like have a stronger face too, or like you
I
can
fit
lift
my
weights
face
and you
into a
can work
wall.
out as much as you want, but like what I don't think you're getting all your muscles as much as you think you are to be as strong. And my neck is going to be really tough. It's all going to be awesome. It's like I don't know.
I love it though.
He is an accept, but just like if you fast forward towards the end of the ISO number 1, when he had the conversation with his friend's bodyguard, that was also an accept.
When he said his
And
friend's
the
bodyguard as well,
said-
it's like, you mean his enemy,
his former friend from high school?
And the conversation in their fight where they he didn't say in the fights. He's like they had a conversation. He had a,
what's
a nice
weird
conversation with.
What's weird about ISO in general is that I think in the pitch of the campaign, it's like he has to go see an old friend about a missing girl, and then like as soon as you meet him, it's like, yeah, let's go talk. And then it's like he starts expositing like, you were this and that in high school. You were never achieved shit. Your sister overachieved you. You hid in the shadows and were forgotten. And I never liked you. You had parents. Fuck you.
Who knows?
Shadows. I was born in the shadows.
And it's just like, when were they ever friends? Like, this is your cell, and it's like the ranch. It never pays off to be an element.
Also,
they knew you in high school.
Also, you just can't see any of this art while taking it seriously because you know this entire front wall behind him, all those window panes, all that stuff is all just 3D asset drag and drop horseshit.
Look how flat it is. Yeah, it's hilarious.
He hated that word because it's a generalization and all
Ninja?
accepts are not the same. I think that Avery Silman is a different kind of accept. I think he's an accept that can acquire skills over time through, like I said in my previous video, through
Based on
contact.
what? He doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything. How does he acquire skill? We don't even know what an accept is.
Taskmaster, don't you get it? He fought him once, and then he fought him again and won. So he's
Oh my god, that's so incredible. He had the incredible ability to like learn how to punch shit. Oh my
Well, it's like that's why it's kind of funny that he even has like all this workout equipment on his farm. Is he rich? And I mean, if he's a farmer, that's a lot of physical activity. Like, what do you even need the track?
Whoever this YouTuber is went to the Eric July school of bullshit speech that doesn't mean anything.
The Eric July school for kids who can't read good and want to do other things.
I do that was my favorite meme of Dick's, where he had the what was your favorite part of ISO?
Oh, dude, yeah, I saved it somewhere. I'll have to upload it later for like a super chat cut. But it's funny because I happened to say the video where he's like, "What do you ask this gay shit? No one asks this gay shit. What's your favorite part of something?" He just goes on a rant. But then it's like, "Hey guys, we got what's your favorite part shirt? Ha ha ha! We love it. This is funny. Yeah, ask us your favorite part. It's no problem." It's like, no, this shit broke you for like 3 months. And then you're like, hey,
he's very late.
He's
late to lean into it. It's very late to lean into the meme.
Yeah, that's what's hilarious. Like he, I think he uploaded that Big Booty Daddy video on for his short on his channel, and it's like, dude, I think he's trying to learn from like the Dick and Vito shenanigans and like laugh at himself, but it's like, no, this came up of you like mocking other people. It's all defensive.
Did you see his apology video he posted on Twitter? You might want to play that.
Yeah, that's why I have the thumbnail of the South Park style Eric with the oil. We're sorry. Sorry. But not really, actually.
Right. And most importantly, through rigorous training of his body. Because what we also see during that second fight with the bodyguard, he was able to move differently.
He said it. He said moving differently. Yes.
Phrase.
He did it before Eric. Oh my God. Yes.
Than he did during the first fight. And that was only noticed because he didn't have that particular power until he saw Yara do it when they had their fight. So
What is the power? The power of like a jump kick?
There's no fight with Yaira. He hits her on accident, getting his ass thrown out, and then she's like, "Fuck you," and throws him into a car. There's no fight. Also, why does all 3 Alpha Corps members stop engaging Yaira to take this guy to the hospital when they could have had the one that doesn't fly get a car and take him, or call the cop, or call the
Also,
ambulance
what's wrong with her face?
She does have like resting bitch face.
This is such an insightful video to the mind of a Rippatard. The links they'll go to explain, and like, this is the world they're living in. I wish I could have this perception of reality like they do. It's
fuck me. I want this fan base. I would be like the king of the world if I was Eric, and I could have this like blind loyalty for just the dumbest, most inconsequential shit that I do.
He interprets this fight of Yaira with Alpha Core and not Eric, Isom bumping into her as, oh yeah, he learned from Yaira. It's like, how? When did he ever have a chance to learn? He got his ass kicked by her. I guess he learned from getting his ass kicked by her real quick. I don't know.
Him acquiring powers. I want to see how far this goes. Maybe we might get a little bit more into it in issue number 2. But I think that is just some of his powers explained.
Be disappointed.
The fact that he can learn fast and acquire new skills quickly, which basically
he can learn good.
I also learn good.
Most importantly, he does it quickly. All right. I hope you're enjoying this chat.
Think that through his rigorous training that he's able to increase not only his skills that he started off with. I think that the new skills that he has acquired through contact and sight battles, he'll be able to increase those skills through rigorous training.
The 2 complete art styles that he's already had to put on screen in this video, because they have Isom being portrayed in one art style being very cartoonish, and then this one where he looks completely different. And so they just have to kind of I love seeing that whenever anybody makes any videos about this comic book where they show any artwork, they have to show how bad it is just based off of whatever they're showing, because there's just no consistency in any of the panels, any of the variations of the character we've seen.
Also, I really hate like all of these Rippaverse site pictures. They'll be like, cover whatever. It's like you can't really see in detail the cover that you want to pick. So like,
no, and they don't let you have like a zoom function.
Yeah, and they do it all canted
Mm-hmm.
for everyone. So it's like this picture, he's actually like this, you know, it's like he's tilted right to the camera because they had to tilt the photo. Otherwise, he's actually like leaning. It's,
Ruffian. Odds are no.
Oh my god.
That was apparent in the fight that you see there. And also, like I always speculated, that he cannot fly. But he's seen other individuals fly. Alpha Core. Yeah.
Nah, he can just jump really high. That's how he dunks.
Yara
wait for it.
During the battle where she, grabbed him by the neck and threw him down on top of the taxi cab from a considerable height. So I am speculating
that art looks bad.
Maybe some power.
Yeah, look at the thumb.
That's just so bad.
The
Like
dimensions are
this
wrong.
outstretched, awkward hand that just disembodied in the side of the panel. It looks like a shitty like thumbnail.
Looks like a mangled hand, like lost a few fingers in a wood chipper.
Strong hand.
That are on the lower scale or eating like that's close to his base, it's easy for him to replicate. AKA, if you already had, because he's already shown that he has super strength. So if you have super strength and you increase it,
I just want to say this guy chose to use this artwork, right? I mean, he decided what to edit into this video,
And he didn't zoom it in either. He didn't like blow it up.
No, it's not crop to 16:9. He's got it. Whatever editor he's using has taken the screen grabs that he took and just automatically shrunk it down, and he never went back in and blew it back up.
Also, we get super speed because of the amount of strength.
I'm trying to listen. I'm expecting to hear a chirp in the background, but I haven't heard it yet.
I think that he was able to replicate Yara's super speed only through one battle with her. And seeing that technique once is because he already had a base of super strength. Now, with flight is a different technique. I think he might get it over.
That sounded like a chirp to me.
Well, there's
No, that's probably my bird. That's my bird.
Oh, it's your bird. Oh, you're messing with me. You have a live-in chirp.
Yeah. That's Captain Crunch's. Like, you know, I want sleepy time. You know,
I used to have a bird. We had one.
Sometime. I'm speculating. I don't know.
I didn't know if he's going to answer.
Oh, there's nothing for me in issue number 1. There's nothing in issue number 1 that says.
Yeah,
that
that's.
he might get
I
fight
believe
over
that's the same
time.
type of bird
This
we
is
had.
why
It looked almost.
You had a Quaker parrot?
Yeah, it was a parrot, but I can't remember. It was just like something we got from a pet store when I was younger. My brother was the one who had it. And it was the best. It was
El Rufian.
He was kind of mean, but he got used to us.
Yeah, right, Captain. Who's a good boy? You're a good boy. You're gonna watch some mediocre comics. What do you think Ison's power is? Do you think he can fly, or do you think he'd be better if he had a parrot? He had a parrot powers.
Well, it's just funny because it says Isom's powers explained, and it's like all it is speculating.
Yeah. 10 minutes of him putting shitty art on screen and rambling about nothingness. This is
He's like, I think this because like you see this one panel, clearly he learned to move differently thanks to Yaira.
Yeah, he moved differently. See, what it is he moves differently.
Well, it's just funny because it's like Ricky was talking before when we watched this together. It's like, yeah, if I get like punched in the face, or if I see you get punched in the face, I know to like avoid getting punched in the face. That's not really like a superpower. That's just not being fucking
They
dumb.
teach you that in The Lion King. He hits him with the stick and then he hits him again, but then he dodges. It's like, oh, you learned. You can learn how to fight by when their fists come at you, try to not be in the way of the fist. And then you can start from there, you know?
And that is the way of the fist. You have learned.
That's the same logic. You can apply that logic with guns, I think, too, right?
A little different, but yes, the idea. Oh, if you get shot at and you don't move and you get hit, the next best thing to do would probably be to move.
Oh no,
if you're
combo.
still alive.
Maybe now Badger knows to like move from a gun because Combo was killed by a gun.
Yeah.
Like it's the same logic.
That took me a minute.
It's like no shit. Me and Ricky are watching Breaking Bad together. He hasn't seen it, so I'm walking him through.
Oh, that's a great show to not have seen and get to watch fresh.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to have to buy the cards to see if some more clues are in the cards. So individuals that are watching this video or other creators, if they already have the cards, you know, they might have a clue as into what Avery Silman is further able to do with his powers.
Also, why has he got a Jewish last name? I got to address
I was thinking that too, Silman.
So
like, that's probably his great grandpappy's masters.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but I have dug deep, and there's just it's clearly like a Jewish Italian name. Like that's just what it is.
Isn't there someone in his family line that had a Silman name that he pulled from? Like there's Isom Knox, I think there's Avery Knox, Altona something, maybe it's Altona Silman.
Oh Jesus. So all right.
Yeah, you have to go back to that grave video to find out.
Oh Lord.
Marty, we have to go back. Right. And if I'm not correct, I'm looking forward to paying attention and rereading issue number 1 again and then issue number 2 when it's released to see how fast that I can figure this out. And like I said in my last video, this is why I like.
I'm excited to go back and read these 2 books over again so I can figure out if I know anything about the fucking character that I made a 10-minute video about. What in the shit is going on, dude? What did you do? Why did you make this? What the fuck are you talking about?
You know, this reminds me of whenever you were young, did you ever get like a shitty video game or like see a movie that you really wanted to like, but that you just couldn't admit it was shitty, but you still kept on playing it, trying to like, it just feels like, trying to like exert, try and find the fun in like, something you got in a Christmas gift you didn't want to get, or a video game that you thought was going to be awesome, but it was like disappointed you ultimately.
Oh, I guess she's out, but because I'm going to bed, gentlemen. I play catch up and listen to what I missed tomorrow. Take care, y'all. And she's like, wow, I just sounded retarded. Yeah, it's bedtime.
Coming out because it gets me thinking, what is this? We already know what his motivation is, but how does Avery Silman approach a battle completely?
Wait, what? Yeah, his motivation is disrespect. He'll completely drop the actual plot to do his own thing.
When he approaches a battle, he moves differently.
Yes. Dude, this is so crazy. I'm surprised Eric hasn't watched this video and comment like, it's like I left a positive comment on this video. I'm like, hey man, you should like redo your title to get more clicks and long term. Because like people like these like deep dive comic videos, and the Rippaverse is clearly lacking actual reviews and insight, in-depth conversation videos, like explain videos, which is
I know this guy Dick Masterson who did a great review.
Well, yeah, of course, but I'm telling Rippatards, and that's why this video is so funny, because it's like, oh man, like it's all like, yeah, I can't wait to like get the next book so I can reread this one into it, and then maybe I'll learn something. Like that tells me nothing. Tells me nothing. You're saying nothing. I love it.
He's still evolving. How does he go about solving his problems? We already know some of that. We know that he plans ahead. We can tell that he plans ahead because he has his own ranch and business associated with that ranch. So you can see he's a thinker, he's a planner.
What? How does his ranch apply at all to fighting other excepts? Oh my god. See, this
wasn't the whole point of the ranch that he wants to get away from the excepts, and
that would seem to be the idea.
Well,
you want to get away from the city, I guess. And
Rookie knows about a magic post. All right, so like I'll have to send it to you in the DMs later. But there's this Reddit post where it's like inward magic, and it's like, oh well, like they can never be guilty because themselves 15 seconds ago was a totally different N-word. It's like it's a racist post, but it's funny, and it's like a joke between me and Rookie where it's like inward magic. It's like that's funny.
Well, then there's that movie. It's going to make all white people very uncomfortable to buy tickets. The Magical Society of
Society of Magical Negroes.
The American Society of Magical Negroes.
It's literally the Dave Chappelle sketch. It's literally all
probably not as funny though.
No, you know what's funny?
Oh no,
nowhere
funny? Near as good.
I watched the whole trailer and I'm like, oh my god, they're literally making a movie to like crap on white people, and with like the joke of like, oh yeah, we're always the stereotype, the magic man to guide the white man and fix his problem.
Yeah, guys.
And guess what? Guess what? The black guy, the new, like, we're following this character into, he's our Harry Potter to discover this world of magical Negroes. And guess who he's chasing? A white woman. Oh my god.
It's also kind of funny that they had to copy a white story to get their black character shoehorned in.
When I first like saw it, I was like, because I didn't like watch it, just like saw it, scrolling through Twitter, and I'm like, oh shit, are they doing like a segregated Harry Potter like in like the Fantastic Beast era? I'm like, that's, and like, oh, this is a joke. It's actually not like it kind of fooled me from the start. I thought it might have actually been a Wizarding World movie.
Yeah.
I don't think that J.K. Rowling has the balls to do that.
No,
All right,
that would be hilarious.
Let's get a little further. Then I gotta
Yeah.
get going.
Also see that he has a device that he kept on his ankle and then he transferred over to his bracelet after he escaped from the hospital that has a GPS locator to let his allies know where he is just in case he gets into trouble in a situation that he can't handle or that he has to quickly escape from.
Who are his
He also
allies?
saw
He
his
just has
escape.
a farmhand who gets kidnapped by hell apes.
Yeah, and his
What is
sister.
the tape holding
His bandage
on his head?
But yeah, you don't see
Where?
any
Where's the
detail.
seam of the bandage? Where's the fucking seam? There's nothing there. There's no line. That's no symmetry. It's stupid.
Well, that wasn't in the 3D render, so
Right?
Quickly adapt skills. That's another thing I want to mention. His strength increased when he fought the bodyguard a second time. He displayed more strength. And the panel that shows you that he gained more strength during that second battle is when the bodyguard thought he was running away, but he jumped onto the wall, and then you saw the wall give
He
way.
used momentum.
Where his fingers were embedded and his toes from his steel toe boot embedded into
Well,
the
see,
wall.
no, actually, they're not embedded. They're just flipped to the side, and then the only actual art that was done here was basically sketching around and creating those line artwork to make it look like they're imprinted in the ground, but they're not. There's no give to the shoe. So this is, again, horrible artwork. Like, it's those things that I hate, because I like detail. Like, so, like, yeah, if you're putting downward force into the ground that we can see is, damaged because of it, then the shoe and the foot should have some distortion to it.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Becky. But yeah, let's continue.
You can see that was an indication that he has gained more strength in the battle, and he was able to projectile himself off the wall and give a knockout blow to the bodyguard. Something he wasn't
Right,
able
so
to
apparently
do
not
before.
only does he have super strength of some kind, but his shoes also have that super strength.
Super shoes.
Super steel toes.
Yes, super steel toes.
Well, he said steel toe a minute ago, which is like, I mean, they're just boots or shoes. We have no detail delineated. To
No, because they don't. This book doesn't do that.
Well, I'm not going to hold your hand. I didn't write a comic in crayon for you. That's the excuse of like, oh shit, I didn't think of that. Fuck.
I think after that battle, his strength increased. Now, this is a new property, so I don't want to necessarily keep comparing
There's
it
that
to
canted
things,
view you
but
were
if
talking
the
about.
one thing I could compare this to, Avery growing stronger after each battle, just like a Saiyan would when he got the Zenkai boost.
A Saiyan.
But that
A
could be
Saiyan for those that a Saiyan, not
Jesus
a Saiyan.
Christ, black guys in their anime, fucking.
Yeah, I don't mind this candid picture because he's trying to show the seam on the side.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah,
that's fine.
Argued as well because he lost. That can be argued against too, because we could say maybe he acquired that strength through that first battle with the bodyguard, or maybe he acquired that strength. Well, yeah, he did too. Whoever he fights, he's acquiring strength. So he lost against the bodyguard and he lost against Yaira. When in that second battle against the bodyguard, you will see that he was able to have more considerable strength, just like the bodyguard and Yaira. And then just like from Yaira, he was able to have super speed. So,
Also, what is this move right here?
It doesn't make any sense. I talked about this on another stream. It is so stupid. This panel, the only reason I didn't go off about it before was because I've done this already. But that panel is dumb. It like the way this art is in frame doesn't make sense. The way the guy's moving doesn't make sense. Like, where's his legs going? Where's the momentum for this kick coming from?
This looks
It's
awkward
like-
as fuck to try to execute because he has to like hop over to get this left leg planted to then it's like, no, the back leg should be his jump leg because he's going out with his
Also,
left
are they
leg.
both flying? Because there's no texture to the art. There's nothing behind them to tell you where they are, how they're positioned in the world they're in, or anything.
God damn.
through those fights with those two individuals, he was able to have a power boost, and I think that's what his power is, and I think that his power is unique. That's why they couldn't tell he was in except when he was at the hospital, because it's probably something that they never came across before. Because remember, if you look at other properties, what makes it interesting in anime or in American comics that you really want to follow the hero? The fact that they are unique and not like everybody else, and they have a power set or the ability to gain skills over time through effort, sheer will, determination, and hard work to accomplish their goal. So I like this story. Cannot wait to see how the story progresses. Hey, I'm enjoying it so far. So I thank Eric July. I thank all his staff, anybody that was associated with it.
Oh my god.
This is the part where he blows Eric at the end of the
Let me
video.
see his channel. What's his newest videos? He's got a light spoiler for Alpha Core 1. Got some Power Rangers here, rookie. Most underutilized theme in Power Rangers. You should
Based
definitely
on
check
this
that out.
video, I don't think that sounds enticing.
Oh, he's got a Bloodruth powers explained. Oh yeah, with the
Oh my
EVS
God.
art, where it's like EVS thought it was lightning, the way Eric explained it, and it's like, oh, it's actually blood. Oh, this looks stupid in hindsight. So he's got an ISOM 2 review. Oh man, I can't wait to dig more into this. Oh fuck yeah.
I like his thumbnails. If I can give him anything, his thumbnails.
No,
kinda
the
work.
thumbnails are terrible, and that's coming from a guy.
I guess the
mean,
Power Rangers ones don't work at all because he's just taking screen grabs. It looks like I don't like
yeah,
that.
I mean, sometimes people can get away with just screen grabs.
I don't know what the hell this one is.
Yeah, that.
Where is
though,
my
that's-
order?
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you. After redressing what I'm looking at here, I don't like it because even the one he made there with the yellow that you just highlighted, like he obviously made that, and that looks bad.
Well, that's he's obviously probably using something like Canva. I should know. I've made plenty of a thumbnail in Canva.
Yeah, but I
not
use
thumbnails.
Canva, and I'd argue my thumbnails look great.
Well, how many subs you got?
Oh, not that good right now. I got like 40,000 views.
My
though, for,
thumbnails
like-
are kind of all over the fucking place. A lot like that's my big complaint is that they I've tried so many different things, and
This
if
one,
you look at them,
this one
yeah,
right here, that's a good one.
you think so? That's awful. That did miserably. I love that Mr. Beast one, but that did miserably as well.
Well, I'm just saying, like, what's catching my eye? Like, this one catches my eye. Maybe if you did something different with the coloring to make Frost Pop Maker more white, that one might pop. This one's interesting. Like, if I'm like actually like looking, you know.
Well, if you want
this
to
one,
down,
this one's the first one that caught my eye, and then the Velma one, especially with the MAGA hat, that's funny.
Well, go down if you want to see one of my more successful recent thumbnails. There you go. Tell me why you think that got nearly 600,000 views.
Face.
No, the one above there. The Christopher thumbnail isn't terrible, but yeah, the Chainsaw Man one with the Gun Devil.
Yeah, I would say if you saw the files, I would change your Bioman one. Do like black and white letters, and then have Bioman have a more contrasting color behind them.
That's an interesting note. I think I did
So
make that one.
here's what I do. Let me show my channel. Not that I'm like the best at it, whatever, but I just look at color psychology and I look at contrasting colors. So Black Angus views.
Because if you're getting consistent reviews, that means that you're doing well with your thumbnail.
Yeah, so like I use a lot of AI art for prompts, and I'll put them in Photoshop to get like the right size, and I'll like change the color grading to make like the brighter colors pop, and then I always have like a white background with black letters. Like there's a reason we read on white paper with black letters, because it like catches your eye better, catches better than black with white letters, or like yellow if you can contrast.
Yeah, you could bring up my stuff, I suppose, because
yeah,
it's
you got good
a little
thumbnails
different.
too. But you definitely have different styles too. Like my All American Beef, I'm always trying to incorporate, the American cow on one side. So it's like there's a theme, even though it's
Well, yeah, that the consistent branding.
Yeah,
because I guess.
Oh, my whole thing is I just use Canva, and I do a lot of like whatever I think just looks good. Like, so it's a lot of like randomness, but sometimes they work, sometimes they don't.
Like
Some
the
of the
CVS debate disaster, that's good, but I would make the background brighter to differentiate. But
It's also
your letters,
a lot of text in there. You'd probably want to reduce it a little bit.
Yeah, the EVS stuff, when I cover the drama stuff, it's hard for me to just decide on text stuff because it's fucking fitting people's names.
oh shit, you're at 420.
Yeah, I know. I saw that yesterday.
Congratulations. I also like, I'm not quite sure what font you're using. I just don't know. I just know instinctually, I don't like it. Not to say that I know what the good font is.
Impact,
like,
or it's like BAM or Boom, something like that.
Impact is popular. Yeah, but like so much of fucking YouTube is like fucking getting a good thumbnail that works.
Yeah, I'll show you. This is the basis of.
Although, all right, so I gotta go get to my get ready for my wage cage.
Yeah, 1 second. I just want to show you this. Here we go. This is the basis when I make thumbnails. Is generally speaking, you want to either have complementing colors that are like side by side, or you want like directly across as the best contrast. So like, there's a reason action films do the teal and orange format, and like Joker and Hulk green, the contrast is purple, so it's just simple color psychology, and then utilize emotions as well. So if you're talking about woke stuff, you want to use like yellow or red for your letters, like, oh my god, woke, because these are like warning colors, blood and warning. If you're trying to do like a more nuanced thing, you want to use like bisexual lighting, so like blue, purple, or if like Star Wars, maybe you want to do like blue because the font, or yellow. They use yellow font too. So I try to like theme a little bit off of that. So, I got like the All American Beef. I always have my cow guy or a cow AI piece if it's funny. And then a couple, pictures to the side of it. But I always try to utilize the color psychology and the contrast. That's the basis to make thumbnails. On top of like faces are the best. Face to the left, or faces to the right, words to the left.
Check out Imp Lemons.
Believe me, I know Imp Lemon stuff is fantastic. I'm very familiar with Imp Lemon as a video essayist. I worship the ground he walks on. He does amazing stuff.
Never heard of him, but I'm looking him up.
His thumbnail video that he did a series of thumbnail videos. It's some of the best stuff I think he's done. It's so good for YouTubers, like in my opinion.
But Lobster, give a plug. What's coming up for you before you head out?
Sure. Right now I've been kind of subsumed. I have a side job doing social media for a small indie game company, so that's been taking a lot of my time. But check out my channel, Lobster Magnet Review. I also made my own comic. Go read Shonen King on Amazon. Yeah, I'm in the Eric July range. Shonen King.
Okay.
Pull it up on your Amazon if you want, just to see it. If you have Amazon Prime, you can go read it for free since it's on Kindle Plus.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Yeah, it's a love letter to my favorite passion, shonen manga. Beautiful fourth wall breaking love letter to the genre about a guy who wants to become the Shonen King, battling against other characters so he can become the flagship character in a popular shonen magazine, a la Monkey D. Luffy and Goku. Check it out. There's like 6 comic issues. I wish I could have gotten Eric July money, but goddamn is it expensive to keep on paying artists. So
yeah,
sadly it had to go to the wayside, but I would love to if people want to throw cash at it. Check it out. You can buy it for free if you have Amazon Prime, or use your mom or dad's Amazon Prime.
I like that. Just steal it like Brian Solari.
Yeah, exactly. You can give me the 99 cents, which I only get 35 cents of because of the Amazon Kindle distribution rights for 99-cent comics. Or you can just, steal it for free. The wonderful method of selling that's my Eric July thing. I kickstarted it, got so far, ran out of money, didn't have Glenn Beck funding, but put my 2 cents into the world of making American manga tributes.
Nice. Hey man, I appreciate having you on.
Pleasure. Yeah, give me a ring if you ever want to discuss the culture wars.
Hell
Can't
yeah.
promise I'll be able to come in every time, but I do love the talking about the Eric July shit since I have no one else to talk about it with.
Yeah. Oh, dude, we're the Alpha Core, the coalition of anti-rippas. So this is my life now. It's just every, dude, there's been streams where it's like, all right, I can take it. Just like Dick says, like, all right, we can take a break from Eric. And then he keeps doing stupid shit. We're sorry. All right, I'm gonna kick you so you can get out of here and
all right,
prepare.
Have a good night. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and thank you for watching my video. And yeah, no, if you leave a comment on any other ones, if you get around to watching my back catalog.
Not a problem. I definitely will be doing that soon. Probably this
I'm gonna
weekend.
check it out tonight.
There we go. That way I kicked him so he could get to bed or prepare for work. I don't know if he's the third shift or he's sleeping to get to first shift, but yeah.
When you guys were talking about religion and like psychology and random like history stuff, the first thing that came to mind was, remember I had sort of a rant about the Saska sisters and progressive education and how I didn't like the reason I don't like these people that come into the woke stuff is because that, not the political angle that everybody gives, right? So one of the things I put in the private chat is the first thing that I thought of when you mentioned what you guys were talking about the biblical stuff and things. No, the other one, but this one's
well,
funny
I'm gonna
too.
play this because you sent it in.
Can I just make one statement before we start?
Okay.
Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
I love it. I've been looking for that clip. When I type it in on YouTube, I get all these weird edit stuff where it's like they do these weird like error cuts of pronouns, and I'm like, no. But
Well,
yeah,
that's because it's a perfect clip because he's just talking about them. It's literally just him saying all we know is leftist stuff, fucking pronouns. Like, if you just take that in isolation without the context, it just sounds like he's talking about himself.
So wait, I'm supposed to play this. I am.
You don't have to, but so I don't know if you've heard this, but this is basically like my opinion on philosophy into a nutshell. So when you were talking about that stuff earlier, it's the first thing that came to mind because there's a line in this in the end where they talk about progressive education and how it ruined things. And like, it's a that song has some no words in it. I think he uses the F word once, but if you are after 2 hours, it's funny. The chat would probably enjoy it.
Okay. Let me say hi to Devil Flyer Momentum. How's it going? You've been killing it with your guests and stream. Definitely that Dillard stream got you well-deserved attention. I watch when I can. I saw you were live, so I'm like, all right, let me hang out in the chat while I'm doing something on the computer. I was editing, so which is hard to do. When I made that this clip, let me find it. Where'd it go? This clip.
I'm not a detractor. I'm not a detractor.
I'm not a detractor.
Don't shoot, Eric!
I made that during the stream, so it was like
I was there.
I had to keep muting and then muting the StreamYard so I could like make sure I timed stuff right. So that's why I was like out of it for like 30 minutes. Because I was trying to get it right, and then I had detractor, but I'm like, no, ventilated. That'll be even better. That's like an in joke for us. Whoa, we got Renown Zero, the fake one, saying he's right. We only do gay stuff in the warehouses. My pronouns are gimp people. Thank you so much for $5. Goes to the Meth Gator coffer. And what should I play?
I'll take a pound of nuts.
That's a lot of nuts.
I love that cut from Kung Pao. And I'll give you another one.
And we will rock you.
Love that movie.
Hell yeah. It's funny because me and Rookie watched it recently, and it's like it's better with age given all the triggering things. But yeah, Summer Swan says, I'm 15 minutes behind, but this video you're reviewing is absolutely absurd. I know that's the point. It almost sounds like satire. This guy is so earnest in his review. That's why it's amazing. It's so beautiful. Nuts. But yeah, let me pull up this video of Layton's that he sent. Always takes a second to present. All right.
Oh yeah.
School of Rock, yeah!
Asian. We're the first to philosophize. Unorganized, confused shit. Like Confucius. Or the fat, giggling Buddhist who said life is suffering. And through the centuries, suffering is all Asians did. But in Greece, intellectual chimpanzees were putting things in order. Thales put his banana down and said everything's water. But to tie it all together is what he tried. Now water is fire, said the nigga Heraclitus. And that's the kind of shit that occupied the Athanasian. Tying everything together. It's called integration. Pythagoras said everything is numbers in a theorem. But there's more to life than numbers, so no one wanted to hear him. Zeno said there's no such thing as change. He got wrecked, but we know he invented the debate. Or dialectic. When there was democracy, there was Democritus. He was wrong about some shit, but still they call him dad of science. Does the end justify the means? For Simacus said yeah. But tell that to someone dying for someone else's idea. And that's the fate of Socrates. Convicted for corrupting little boys. And for democracy, he drank fucking poison. The boys in Socrates' class were mostly fake and gay though. But the first to build a system of philosophy was Plato. He said this world isn't real, but there's a world of forms where everything is
I just gotta say, this had to have been very annoying to edit on time.
Dude, Rucka's stuff, his older stuff like this is so good. And it's like, yeah.
God, the tedium behind editing.
Absolutely. Because as somebody who's done some of this stuff, I'm like, this
I
must have
appreciate it.
taken forever.
Oh, wait. Let me see if I added it really quick. I think I did. I added, thanks to Rookie. Let's make sure if I got it. I didn't add it. All right. Let me keep playing this.
Baki, he's gonna get to Thomas
He was fucking
Aquinas.
wrong, but they thought he was right. So his work was taught and saved. Ironically, which led the West back into a cave. But he paved the way for his student with the system model. Just the realest nigga ever to exist, Aristotle. He wanted explanation for the shit Plato told him, and he wrote it all down. Pound Plato like a clown. All the bullshit Plato said, Aristotle asked how. His metaphysics still hurts Plato's ass now. Aristotle wasn't perfect, but he gave us laws of logic, which gave us shit like PlayStation 1 and Apple Watches. All the cool shit you got, thank Aristotle's mother, which is more than anybody did back when the words were uttered. Nobody gave a fuck. Yeah, fuck what he was saying. They was busy eating Euro, wrestling naked, being gay. Like Epicurus told them, avoid all pain. The Stoics were like, nah, too much pleasure is vain. They said, be serious, focus on what you're doing. But they also pushed away the happiness worth pursuing. And the skeptics, ancient neck, beard, big towel. They said you can't know shit. Wrong then, gay now. As time passed, Plato's influence increased. Philo brought him to the Jews. Enter Christianity. Augustine cemented Plato to the West in written pages. Raising faith over reason, bringing in the Dark Ages. And poor Aristotle, dismissed in his day. No one gave a fuck about his jam. And it was cast away, and his fucking name forgotten by a world that shit on him. Until he was discovered by a Muslim?
That's good. This is the clip I got.
You're a chicken and you have a human skull.
Took me a minute to figure out the tracking.
Can I give you a tip?
Yeah.
Check out a thing called Pinata Farms.
Okay.
And thank me later. It's going to save you so much time.
Robco guy says, Renat Zero, I'm stalking you, bud. Gonna climb inside you like a tauntaun. Becky likes Thomas Aquinas. Interesting. I don't know much about him, but it's
I
definitely
do.
the
St.
concept
Thomas
of
Aquinas is
yeah,
my guy.
the concept of science intertwines with God or whatever. It's
Thomas Paine, John Locke, and St. Thomas Aquinas are basically the building blocks of my opinion on most things.
Huh. How'd that happen being Jewish?
I mean, I was very early on. I got into religion and history because my grandmother studied religion and had a degree in it, and then I started reading a lot about history stuff and about natural law.
Huh. Nice. I don't want to play more of that because I'll probably already get a copyright hit for that, if not a
I have I've played that all over the internet. I don't think he has like content ID enabled for any of his stuff. At least I've never gotten hit, and I've had it played on bigger shows, so I don't know. But it's worth checking out if the chat wants to hear the rest of it. He goes into like the back end of it. He mentions the birth of progressive education, and that's like what applies to basically the Saska sisters and all of what everybody applies to being woke is not. This is why when people go, what is woke? It's like, well, woke is the progenitus of progressive education within the culture we exist in. That is what it is. It's not this weird political opinion that comes from the left or something. It's an existence within psychology at this point, within the way that people think.
Yeah. I want to show this. I thought this was interesting. Share screen. Here we go. If you're not following Pericles, you should. This guy's funny. Apparently, 2022.
Oh, yeah.
Robert Kennedy, presidential nominee. Is he still running or is he just given up?
He's running as an independent, which is basically giving up.
Okay. His account on TikTok said "wow" to a Pog's big booty, big mommy booty. Not to be confused with the big daddy booty of EVS. Let me see. So he says, do people really think I was TikToking in 2022? The TikTok comment question was made in 2022, long before I ever had a TikTok account. This comment now appears on my account because the account was previously owned by one of the campaign's young social media managers. When I announced my run for presidency in 2023 April, the team wanted it broadcast on every social media platform, including TikTok. However, TikTok does not allow live streaming for accounts that have less than 1,000 followers. Social media manager decided to transfer his account, which had around 1,500, to me in order to stream my announcement on TikTok. So the black guy's got to take the bullet for Kennedy, which is a nice change of pace, honestly, for the Kennedys. I think they're warranted at least one black guy to take the fall for them. What are your thoughts?
We're gonna have another stream where we bring up MLK.
What do y'all think of this?
I think it's hilarious. I mean, I know how it happened because I've had to do the whole account sharing shit and it sucks. So it makes sense, his explanation, that even though people are going to critique it, but it's also just hilarious if he did it. I don't care.
Well, apparently the Pope, I don't know if you remember, the Pope was liking or commenting on Instagram thoughts accounts.
Yeah, well, this Pope is fucking evil.
Well, I agree. That's why I left. He was like the first kind of inkling of doubt where it's like I said earlier, it's like he's not breaking the dogma or anything. What he's doing is he's just not talking about the dogma. He's not stressing it. So
this
it's
is why I hate organized religion.
They'll lap. It's like he's the guy that's going to subvert the infallibility thing, where it's like, the red tape. People don't realize the red tape of being Pope is like, no, it's not just that you're like the president of the Catholic Church and you can just like, I say this. It's like, well, sure, but you have to examine 2,000 years of papal decree, and it has to, philosophically, you have to be able to argue like a lawyer that this lines up through all the history, that every Pope theologically has been correct.
He was chosen because of where he was born and because he's a commie, bro.
Oh yeah, he's a Jesuit. He's the first Jesuit, and the Jesuits, like I was saying earlier, they have a history of conversion.
They're gonna go for an Israeli pretty soon here. I'm telling you.
There's more or less two extreme angles of conversion. There's like convert or die, the very like Old Testament Islamic kind of style of religious conquest. And then there's the Jesuit appeasement, where it's like, okay, you can do your paganism, your ancestor worship, your mysticism,
like what they did with Hitler.
as long as you just say Christ is like primary, essentially making a Christian pantheon tier, which is sacrilegious within that sphere, but I find it interesting. Did you see my video about Anna, that Star Wars girl attacking
So
me?
I saw some clips of it that were on Twitter, but I haven't like watched it yet. I kind of watch stuff when I'm at work at night, so it's sort of like
I understand.
I put everything on it.
Well, it's like me and Rookie were watching EVS live yesterday or the day before together on behind the scenes on a StreamYard together, and I'm like, oh hey, I'm gonna try to super chat him and get like more like going with my Meth Gator post.
Oh, I saw this. He brought up the posters.
Right. Yeah, I super chatted him, so he brought it up, and he actually liked the Isneto piece, which is funny because that artist is from Brazil, so you can get good artists in Brazil. He really liked the penciling for it, which is like, all right. And he liked my logo, which is awesome because it's based on Ghost Rider 70 or 71. And then fucking he still had it up, and then Star Wars girl fucking negs me for old war campaign shit, and she got all the facts wrong saying it too. And so I'm like, you know what? I've been sitting on this for like 4 years, never saying shit. Now I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to do it. And thus far, my followers are on board with me. A lot of goodwill in the chat. I appreciate it. I thought I'd have way more of a fallout. We'll see in the future, because I didn't realize, I don't follow her, that I guess her wedding's this weekend. So maybe she's not really going to address it. But I unblocked her, tagged her, so she knew she's unblocked. I'm not hiding behind a block when I'm talking about her. So maybe she'll appreciate that at least. But I blocked her, just to clarify, you didn't see. She says in that chat on Trashcast that I blocked her after the stream or whatever, getting called out by her. Look, no, I blocked your ass months before we ever went on stream together.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, you're just a bitch and I don't like you. And then I muted you and I still kept seeing your shit. And that's why I blocked you. Like that, I was not lying in that stream. It's just, I sound defensive because like I was just not prepared at all. So it's like, and I'm stuck because it's like, Matt Jarbo looked like he ran from Jeremy in a stream. And that recently happened. And we're like, Jarbo ran. So I'm like, I can't do that because then they're going to meme that about me. And so I'm like, I'm fucking stuck, not prepared. And I'm just really hurt too, because all the goodwill I've done for channels, all this good faith I've done for smaller channels at the time, try to help them grow with whatever following I got.
Yeah, there's a lot of fear of association, fallback, and stuff.
Yeah, and so it's like I'm just hurt that like, wow, I made one video and I haven't watched it since I uploaded it, and I watched it with Rookie, and I'm like, oh my god, she looks like, if anyone watches this video, she looks like a real fucking cunt.
Yeah, I don't do the whole guilt by association horse shit.
Yeah,
That's
it's gay.
gay.
And yeah, this is why the
I feel like a lot of early channels, that was a huge thing. It was so new to everybody. There's like no examples as much at the time, and then it's like, yeah, over the years you see what happens.
It's not worth it.
It's not worth this. Like, you know them. I can't be next to you. That's not good.
Well, guilt by association has killed giant YouTubers channels. Look at H3H3. Look at Hassan Piker. Look at Tim Pool, for that matter. People talked about him earlier in the stream. Like, all these people have basically been at some point contentious online because of who they were talking to or who they were conversing with.
Wait, who's what woman? Oh, it was just some TikTok thought that people uncovered the current Kennedy account. It was like some underlings account previously.
Some black savior took the bullet for him.
But it's funny because, like, super chat cuts. I forgot I had this gem thanks to Dylan Mulvaney. So I'm gonna play this for you and let me know if y'all want this for a super chat cut, because I really like it. Let me pause it.
No.
Oh God.
Normalize the bulge. We are normalizing the bulge. Women can have bulges, and that's okay. We're not gonna stare at their crotches while they're wearing their little shopping shorts at the mall. Oh, no.
It sounds like an Adam Sandler kind of joke or something. Like
I've never wanted a bus to come through an adjoining wall more than this video. If I could spawn a steamboat into existence like I'm playing a GTA modded server to just come down.
I'm trying to find. There's some tweet. Gorlock. I don't know if you remember Gorlock.
Gorlock
from
the Destroyer.
Yeah, she. Let me see if I can find.
Me so hungry.
Gorlock. She had a recent insight into.
Dude, I love seeing clips online of black guys meeting that woman and not knowing that she's a troon. Like, it's the funniest. Those are the funniest clips. Like, because she was hanging out with a bunch of streamers, kick streamers, and it's the funniest thing. I see the shorts on YouTube, and every time I do, I fucking laugh.
All right. I'm about to show it. There we go. Present. She blocks me twice a day, calls me rapey. Wait, who? Who is that? Renowned? I know it's not the real Renowned, but well, you dated Gorlock. That's so nice of you. I can't. That goes in the Uggo category for me. All right, but here is this interesting post from the Daily Mail. Transgender woman slams modern dating culture, claiming that men have grown too sensitive and need to stop expecting princess treatment from their partners and take charge. Boys need to start being boys. It's just kind of ironic.
Yeah, because this is a fucking. This is what the fuck are we doing?
What it is?
Who wrote this at the Daily Mail? Emily Lefroy. Emily Lefroy, you are retarded. You are actually retarded. like you are a brain dead individual. The person you put on your article is a brain dead individual. Actually, this might be just the best troll ever. I'm assuming this person's a 4chan user at this point. I don't know what to believe.
Let me find this article. Transgender what? What is it? Woman slams. All right. Woman slams. Here we go. Let me stop sharing that. Let me present.
Thank you.
Here we go. All right. So, transgender influencer has shared her candid thoughts on modern dating culture, boldly saying society is too sensitive, declaring that boys need to start being boys. According to Ali C. Lopez from Arizona, society is getting out of control when it comes to controversial topics. I feel like we live in a very sensitive society now where it's almost like, no, babe, chill out. Oh, this was an interview with Fox Digital. So interesting. Fox is leaning into the Gorlock content.
Oh, Jesus, look at that fucking
It seems
photo.
to be a lot of men expecting women in relationships, especially when they're in committed relationships already, to go above and beyond and then just almost do nothing, she complained. The transgender woman continued saying she wants to find someone who can handle traditionally masculine tasks like fixing a flat tire. It says that's becoming increasingly more.
So the shit you were supposed to do as a man that you can't do because your father and mother weren't there for you, you fucking. I
also love when there's a little bit of gender role in a relationship. I'm not a big fan of toxic masculinity. I like when there's a little bit of that, like, I'm the man, I'm going to take charge, you know, she said. Ali said a future partner has to be able to do more than what my dad can do. Because if I have to call my dad to do something for me, not you, why are you?
Because your dad was a bitch. Your dad was a cuck.
I feel like a lot of boys need to start being boys. When it comes to the male world, men nowadays are expecting princess treatment.
These people need Patrice O'Neal, not Jesus.
So she's reverse honeypotting. So she's bringing more attractive bringing more attractive women to, I guess, boost her value.
Well, fat women have been doing this for centuries. That's not what's going on here. These slightly more attractive than her troons or random women will bring her around places because they'll give them attention and result.
At first, when you're scrolling, it's like, all right, it's like a fatty, and then it's like, oh,
you find two hot chicks.
No.
There's going to be a fat one that looks like me somewhere near them.
Yeah. My elders didn't grow up in this generation where everything was so openly accepted. I can't blame them for having the mindset they do because they were brought up completely different from me. She explained. They may not understand me being transgender sometimes, but I realize that I don't need them to understand. I just need them to love me regardless. Honestly, given
you don't love you. You don't love you.
Given the
virality, you know you don't love you because look at what you're doing. Like, I mean, Jesus fucking Christ.
Given the virality of the Gorlock whatever cast clip, the Jabba edit, etc.
She said she was a 10.
The identity of Gorlock, given how it's generally a shield, I do appreciate that even Gorlock's like, all right, this is getting a little out of control. I think we might need to, again, we need to get behind people like Leia Thomas at NCAA and Olympic swimming. Because this is how we're going to change things. Everyone's like fighting. Oh, we got to save women's sports. Got to ban the trans from joining women's sports. I'm like, no. We need more of it. That's how you fix it. Because, like when the WNBA
you want women's sports to be more masculine.
Well, no, when they take all of the cis women jobs, then like women will actually like wake up because they're the ones that voted for this.
No, see, here's my theory is
this
that eventually
Gorlock.
It displeases me.
Bow to the destroyer of worlds, says Papa Cotton. He also says, take the clown pill. Once you understand everything is supposed to be confusing, how can you continue to be confused? That's the point.
This isn't confusing to me. This is progressive education. That was the point of the song that we played earlier. Towards the end, that's what he points out is the problem in all of it.
Confuse and frustrate the normies. Know they're broken and just comply as an effort to make it go away. I don't say just comply. I say turn it to 11. We need full chaos. When everyone has to worry about microaggressions and misgendering when they're trying to stock the grocery shelves at Walmart and Dollar General, when you make it a problem for everybody, not just Portland or New York or whatever, this is how things turn around. So I say we need to like further poison ourselves to actually like wait because we're
you're making the same argument. You're making the same argument that I've made in terms of the economy because I'm an anarcho-capitalist, so I want the government to not have control over regulation of the market. The whole point of that
when
is
someone super chats your warehouse, then you call 5 cops to fingerprint the money.
No, see, that's exactly why I have problems with Eric July. It's because I recognize that he's wrong. The point that I'd make is like, yeah, in the same way you're saying that, I think ultimately, like, I'd say, yeah, just put whoever the worst candidate is for president, let them absolutely flamethrower the economy until it collapses, sort of like it did in Argentina, where Javier Milei just won. And then eventually you'll get somebody elected like Javier Milei or someone in that same vein who's willing to just start deleting like parts of the government because people culturally put somebody like that in charge because they have to.
The problem with that guy, though, is that the CIA is going to take him out if he does too much.
Oh yeah, it would be harder in the U.S. because you have a whole cabinet system. He's not in a great spot.
Yeah. Well, it's like if South American countries could stabilize long term, they'd be a possible real rival to different aspects of America. Brazil's got all that land to screw with.
Ask Gaddafi how trying to make your own money or trying to build a strong economy works. It kind of ends up with you with a knife in the butt.
NATO fucking bombing you.
Yeah, you end up dead in a ditch with a knife up your ass.
I never understood that. I don't know the history, but I never understood why NATO.
I can explain it real quick
with Libya
Basically, Gaddafi attempted to build a currency, and that currency would have displaced the oil market in that region. And they claimed that right after he decided to build that currency, that he was terrorizing his own people, even though in the country he had more support than anybody else. So he started going on a campaign of talking shit about the West and a bunch of other European countries and other places.
Hell yeah.
And then that got him on their shit list. And then Hillary Clinton and Obama decided, all right, well, we're just going to bomb him and kill him. And then eventually they got him cooed and stabbed with a knife up his ass on video in the street.
Yeah.
We came, we saw, he died. I believe that was the quote from Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, Ricky, take over for a minute. I gotta go potty.
All right, that's fine. That's cool. That's cool. Yes. So
We should have the
as far
potty
as our
song queued up.
For sure. Yeah, as far as the topics for the night, I think that was the main parts of that. Let's see here. The chat. Papa's in the chat here. Wookiee supremacy. Got Ryan, Harry. Just please, Scorelock. Oh, yeah.
If I could share screen, I'd play the rest of that song.
Oh yeah, I have most of the controls except for. If you share the screen, actually, I think I can approve that. So if you want to bring that back up, I can.
I don't think I can. Oh, maybe I can. Oh, I can. Yeah, give me a minute. I'll go grab it. We'll watch the rest of that.
Okay. Yeah. No problem. No problem. But yeah. So while that's going on there, I wasn't ready to switch topics up. I just sat down after I got some chicken going.
No, that's why I figured we'll put that back on, and then it takes all the stress off of us.
It's like I just
a little bit of cheating.
Like, oh, wait a second. Oh, okay. Perfect time. Perfect timing there. Otherwise, I'd be
booby time.
Booby time.
I wish that the StreamYard things, one of the things that kind of sucks is how it fades in the last like half a second, and so it like cuts off the last little bit.
Okay, I just shared my screen.
So on that's the stage here.
Hey,
and
there we go.
There we go.
By a world that shit on him until he was discovered by a Muslim? Al-Mamun translated him from Greek and began a golden era when religion let you think. But reason was rejected by this guy Al-Ghazali, which is probably why Islam today is not too fucking jolly. He decided to try to mix faith and reason was retarded, so he threw the precious work of Aristotle in the garbage. The enlightenment of the Arabs was over and departed, but in Europe Tom Aquinas was like, I'm just getting started. He learned of Aristotle from this Jewish guy Maimonides. And
Baki, that's the guy you were mentioning in the chat earlier.
Of course.
Islam of Aroe. If ever these three religions found common ground, it's in placing reason over faith, living here and now. The sound of reason cut the silence of the Middle Ages, as pages filled with logic scrutinizing God himself. And the changes made some clergy nervous, but it was too late, cause the dumbest shit they ever did was let the artist paint. Human beauty was depicted, love and sex celebrated. Life on earth is the standard. And shit. And though Christ was the one being painted, religion didn't know it was being defanged and shit. That was the Renaissance. Then came the Enlightenment. The other Greek philosophers were studied with excitement. Now the truth could be discovered by no other means than reason. Then shit got more.
I just gotta say, Angus was right to point out the editing in this because it is just beautiful.
No, it is insane. And have you ever watched Epic Rap Battles of History?
Yes, yeah. So I love ERB. I was a big fan of theirs early on. The Adolf Hitler versus.
Oh yeah, that's how I found them.
Some of them. Yeah, I did a whole video on a different channel going into their history and where they are now and everything. Because there's been a lot of people that talk about them, but not with a full scale because they had a huge break. And then I was like, well, there's no videos to talk about what happened after and where they're currently at with everything. I was able to talk to them for a little bit too, and that's cool because they were under Disney briefly. For
they got bought out. Yeah, they're back though. Yeah,
and
it's sort of like
they're now fully independent. That's why they only do like 1 or 2 a year because they much more enjoy spending more time on each project instead of trying to like monthly bust it out. They want each one to be one that lasts for a really long time.
I think that's what made the old ones so good. So I definitely think some of the newer ones they put out are back to being like the style I like.
Yeah,
so.
There was a little fade. You probably noticed some of them where there's some slight things where it's like, wait a second, why are they saying that in these ones? Or they let the Bruce, the Caitlyn Jenner one, like that like that verse was way longer than the Hulk's verse. It's like you guys don't usually do that. Like, what's going on there?
Yeah,
And that was
it
like
seemed
when they were
very
under
like
Disney
muted
for a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the editing is like a huge thing. So this, even though it's not all these people on there, now that means he has to fill it. He has to fill the screen with literally something for each.
And he's doing
thing.
it with the subtitles, so
Yeah.
it all matches somehow.
And the
which is
subtitles are
like-
in different spots. They're not like in the one spot. So that's a
No,
that's gotta be tough.
it's creative whenever you can get like your brain to follow what's happening on the screen as well as this does.
More divided than the South and North Koreans. A group of new philosophers, one of whom was Locke, said you can't trust your mind, but your senses and your cock. No reality, so don't think too much, you little bitch. The philosophers who said this are called empiricists. On the other side of this dichotomy of mind and body, Descartes and all his niggas said your senses could be naughty. You could only trust your mind to know what is and isn't. This school of philosophy is rationalism. That's when philosophy became a shitstorm. Scientists no longer thought philosophy was for them. It didn't help philosophy to spare itself the damage. When Rousseau is talking about how true nobility is savage. Philosophers of body versus philosophers of mind. All misguided, but the truth is that the truth they tried to find. See, they all respected reason. They each wanted to have it. Then
Okay, this is the F word, so I'm gonna skip over this so that I spare the stream of hearing that because I don't want it to get flagged for anything. But he calls can't the F word.
forms from before, causing reason and reality itself to go to war. He tried to fix the mind-body split, but only made it bigger. Cause reality requires you to reason, my nigga. Now that reality and reason were divorced, everyone had to pick one and fuck whatever caused. Trying to understand the world became a fucking headache.
This is our modern day, by the way. This is moving into where we're at as a society now.
Hegel said reality and logic are synthetic. Marx pushed reason even farther away. In fact, he said reality depends on closer to a factory. If philosophy ended the age of darkness, it was now laying the blueprints for retarded shit. Nietzsche loved power and strength, but it's not reaching or a stretch saying he inspired Nazis. Superman, something that Nietzsche gave us. Too bad he saw people as masters and slaves. Who are free now in America.
Wait,
Thomas Paine, who brought over.
It's just funny because whether it's intention or not, if that's like the synopsis of Nietzsche's work, he's just rounded back to Aristotle.
Right. Well, that's so that's sort of in a way, but Nietzsche's stuff is interesting to me because I've listened to like audiobooks of a lot of his writings and stuff because reading through it was a whole mess. I have one of his
Well,
books
he wrote in
here.
the 1800s, so it's
it's
archaic.
It's rough. And even for me who reads a lot of economic stuff, it's like Jesus. But in audiobook form it's not bad, and some of the stuff is like good observations. Some of it I'm like, I think you're just wrong here. Like I don't think you you don't understand this. Which is, I think common with a lot of philosophy stuff. So
Bad he saw people as masters and slaves. Who are free now in America. Land of Thomas Paine, who brought over the Enlightenment from Europe. He explained the right of man is to be free, cause that's his fucking nature. When the Germans came, no one saw the fucking danger. Royce and his boys turned to Hegel for the basics. Dewey said your mind doesn't learn shit, it creates it. Students went to Germany, brought you back and spread it, which is why today's smartest, most retarded shit on Reddit. No reason to reason now that nothing could be known. Pragmatism said take action and follow your emotion. Kids trained to have coherence of a mental patient. This was the birth of progressive education. Integration no longer required. Postmodernism said that your mind could retire. Religion made a comeback. Tribalism too. Cause without reason, there's just feelings and the group. Without philosophy, scientists can't resist Oriental mystics claiming their shit is legit. Recycled anti-rationals repeating the same motion. Alleged men of science invoking their emotions. John Rawls said we all should be the same. Social justice is morality. Philosophy became a game of bullshit and semantics that no one understands and nobody gives a fuck about. Except for Ayn Rand, the last of the Enlightenment. She tied mind and body and reality to reason, which is great, except nobody intellectual would give a fuck. Professors wouldn't budge. They must have their reason, but history will judge.
Nice. Nope, he left.
Well, fuck you, Leighton. Maybe he had to go to work or he had some sort of technical difficulties. Well, it's funny because I want to highlight who we got lined up next
Yep, he's
week.
back.
You may have seen him making the rounds on the Twitter, thanks to Rip a Goalpost highlighting him, thus adding to the question: is Rip a Goalpost a giant gay op? You know, I think Goalpost is he's playing both sides. I don't know what his angle is. It's just chaos, and I love it. I'm gonna show you this guy. This is what got him on my sites, and I've been watching his videos. Looked like he started trying to just be like a bourbon or whiskey drinking channel, and then he's like, you know what? Fuck the Rippaverse, man. These guys are bitches. Why am I supporting this shit? So we're gonna see that clip that got me interested. Where do I? Oh, I always forget where the buttons are. All right, so Goalpost says, new detractor. Eric is going to be bankrupt if he keeps making decisions like he's making. Paying for oversized warehouses, full-time staff at 12, 18 people. The money runs out. He's not producing a book a month, and he's losing 33 to 60 per book.
This is Dave with BTM Reviews. So I haven't been here in a few days. I've been out of town. But tonight, I want to talk about Eric July and his simps. Eric is going to be bankrupt if he keeps making decisions like he's making. Paying for oversized warehouses, full-time staff of 12 to 18 people. The money runs out. He's not producing a book a month, and he's losing 33 to 60% per book. You know, I've heard that this Yara book is his magnus opus. Well, what the fuck was Alpha Core? What the hell was ISOM 1 and 2? Just get your feet in the water? Well, they were so bad that you've turned off 65% of your initial customer base. But man, I see on Twitter tonight, oh, I got my first ISOM book. And then you see it's going to be great. You'll love it. I bought the whole box. I didn't love it. And I sold that shit on eBay as soon as I got it because it was not good.
Oh God, this guy.
You can't even have a conversation with me.
I was randomly
Two
in the
conversations
chat.
with me over 2.
Found out this guy lived in Adak, Alaska, which is like he lived in Alaska and stuff and that's the shit. That area is that's a harsh area to live.
I want to address Backy's thing with you here, Leighton. What do you call it? Oh, let me put myself on the bottom because I'm here. It's my channel. Backy says, Ayn Rand is not bad. I read The Fountainhead in senior year. How it was, instead of what it is, how it was for me in school is I did regular English classes. I had no idea about advanced courses or how to get into them. I thought you had to just be, I guess, chosen. I was a pretty smart kid in high school. Standing wise, whatever GPA. No one ever offered me or told me hey, you should get in an AP class and I'll count towards a college credit. I had no idea. So my second semester, I switched from regular English where we're reading Canterbury Tales and Hamlet to AP English with no background. This is going to be my last semester, and I read The Fountainhead, and it really. I really liked it. It was very, especially how I grew up with this, shelter.
You were almost set up to fail too. You were set up to hate that.
But
book.
I really ate this book up. I've only read it once in school over a month or whatever we did for the assignment. We were reading so many chapters a week or whatever and doing assignments. But it really stuck with me. It left an impression because it was so strange. It was so radical. Especially it's written. I think she started writing before World War II. Into World War II. Yeah. And it comes around this time, and her presentation of sexuality was so weird, especially for the Great America era, of morality.
Yeah, it doesn't make it seems all out of place.
And then communism is bad, but altruism's good, and it's isn't that kind of the same thing? Arguably, it feels like there's a huge overlap with her philosophy and communism, but then she's detesting communism. It's nonsensical to me. I know she's an objectivist.
By the way, so the points that you're making right here are the points that are made an argument to her by Ludwig von Mises, who is the person who I followed. So Ludwig von Mises at the same time was writing books. He came out with a book called Human Action, which if you haven't read, you might like. If you like Ayn Rand stuff, it's sort of somewhat similar, although it's got a little less story to it. But that book was sort of makes an argument for human action and the free market to be sort of the guiding principles of life. It's sort of one way people will take from it. Sort of in the same way that people take from Ayn Rand's The Fountainhead and her works to kind of view this sort of Randian political view or Randian life view on philosophy and stuff like that. So it's interesting that you bring those topics up, because that is exactly what he basically said to her in his letters. Because they had a relationship back and forth and would write letters back and forth to each other. And his main argument was basically, well, even though you hate this thing, there's some awful similarities here that I can point out. And really, the cure to those similarities are more of a free market approach to these things, because once you take that approach, then communism makes a lot less sense. But that's the topic I've like covered a lot on my show, because I talk about like political theory and stuff like that and philosophy.
Yeah, it was interesting to me because I just never seen these kind of worldviews before in the presentation, especially for the era. Like I said, the character that stuck out most to me was the tabloid guy, like the Empire guy, because it's like I
His
love
name
that.
is escaping me now.
I love the character where it's like, oh, you're like the most pristine, tippy top guy in your sphere of influence. I'm going to like manipulate you, where it's like you can either have your integrity, and I'll bankrupt you, or you can bend and keep the money. And everyone bends, and then it's like, oh, Rourke comes around. It's like, I respect this guy. This guy does not fuck around. And Rourke is definitely interesting.
Did you ever see the movie they made? The like films they did? There's a great, I'm gonna find this clip real quick on YouTube while we're here. But there's a great clip they did of when they were recreating scenes from some of her writing. One of the things they did was one of the courthouse speeches. And it's really well done.
Yeah, I really like that scene. My girlfriend at the time, there's certain things that she like pointed out. I'm like, oh, that totally, didn't come across my mind. I didn't have that like level of interpretation yet. What's funny about all this is like, with the AP class, this was my only AP book I had. What I should have had like 8 semesters worth of AP courses to be able to take this like advancement test to like get a credit for college. And there was like 2 or 3 other people that had that full term of high school in AP and all these other books to pull from to write a report for the assignment. I had the only book I on the list was Fountainhead that I could pull from, and I was the only one to pass the test out of all these AP kids. So I felt really proud of myself.
Wow. Yeah, well, that means you like the book, because I've watched people, I've helped people with like college stuff before, and like I didn't go to college, I didn't care about that, but like writing is the one thing that I excel in. Like it's the one like hobby I have that I like, and it's I would help some people out occasionally, and you realize very quickly like the separation between somebody who does good versus somebody who does bad on essays and papers and stuff like that is literally just, did you like the thing, or are you faking that you liked the thing, or you cared about the thing? It's not even that you liked the thing, it's just that you cared about reading it, right? And so many people are just like, oh, I'll just write footnotes, basically. Well, it's not gonna look good, because if I'm a teacher and I'm a professor, I know what to look for to know that that's what you did.
Yeah, you don't have a voice. When I was in first year college English, I had like this weird poetry class, and he was like, this was in Oklahoma, and I had like this like kind of cowboy teacher, but he was like a strange liberal cowboy. Like he's like a country boy liberal. Not like a hippie, but he was more, I don't know how to place him, at least at the time, his views were very like, whoa, radical. He's like he would have these like very frank points where it's like, I see 2 women getting it on. I'm like, hell yeah. I see 2 guys. I'm like, well, hell no, but I still support them. And I'm like, okay. And it's like, oh god, that guy can today.
Oh yeah.
He was very interesting, and he appreciated my voice and my writing for like our weird journal stuff we do on assignments. So he was an influential teacher for me. I wish I stay more in contact with him. I don't know if he's still alive or not, 'cause he was probably like 60, 65 back then. It was like a decade ago. But yeah, he had a few poetry books. He was an interesting guy. I really liked him. But yeah, the Fountainhead, there's so many interesting things that like affected my like perception of the world reading it. Like again, this is a clarification from the girlfriend where it's like, oh, that whole like opening metaphor of like the marble and Rourke's naked is like he's like a pure person, he's standing righteous. I'm like, oh, okay. So this like has like subconsciously influenced me in the future with like maybe this is part of the influence I have of like when I talk about Mecha Random, for example, with her plagiarized reviews from other YouTubers, where it's like that's I don't have a lot of rules, but when I do have rules, like this is how I judge everybody because I judge myself on these, and so it's like it's very important to me to not be an influencer to pander to the audience about like a movie or something. Like my Rippaverse content is there's a grift to be had right now covering this, but like I legitimately feel all these ways I've said about the Rippaverse and the value of the art that Eric's made being bad art, bad writing. It's added lessons I never thought to take making my comic. But one of the things like Rourke with like he does all these like odd jobs in between. He'll get like scrape together a freaking, what do you call it, what is it? He'll scrape up enough to be able to have a shop to get a client. He'll get like one client to do like an odd job because they appreciate his artistic ability, and then he'll like have to close shop and he has to work in the mines and stuff. And it's weird sexuality he had with the woman where it's like he's cucking himself until she's ready for him. He does it twice with Keating and then with the tabloid guy, and the tabloid guy knows it. And the tabloid guy is the most interesting guy in that book. It left an impression. Again, I haven't read this since I was 17. I'm 32 now.
Yeah, I read it about 18, 19, so somewhere in that range. It's been a while.
It's like I have to say it's probably my favorite book, even though it's not like the best. It's like Arrival. Arrival's my favorite movie, but it's not a movie. I've probably watched it.
Have you ever read Anatomy of the State by Murray Rothbard?
No.
Okay, so that's the book that set all that off for me. Because I read Anatomy of the State because some people were talking about it online and about how it had to pertain to like libertarian ideas and stuff like that. And I saw that it was a really short book. It was like, I think 58 pages or some shit like that. And so I was like, oh, I'll just read it. And then it was free online. You could just get a PDF on it if you Google it. And so I just read the PDF of it and I was like, huh, shit. I started like trying to argue about the stuff. Like, that was what I kind of went into, was like for like months I would sit there and make arguments against ideas in that book, and then I'd come back and be like, no, I'm wrong, and then I'd go back and make another argument and I'd be, no, I'm wrong. Like, and then eventually it was me reading enough other books around that circle of ideas that I was like, I think this is right. Like, and that's where I got here. So
yeah, I think there's a real irony to this, what I view, at least through Eric, how he talks about ANCAP as like this. Ultimately, it seems like just a greedy worship of property, and it's like, oh, Rothbard's a Jew. That's funny.
There's plenty of like ANCAP thinkers who weren't Jewish. A lot of people point towards that, but the whole thing about property isn't necessarily the worship of property itself. It's more of the concept that property rights and the idea of ownership of land or wealth or of the things that you can control is like the most valuable thing we have as individuals. So the argument that would be made by like a Mises or a Rothbard would be that natural rights, the rights that we have, are protected through things like the market versus the way the government frames it, where these things are sort of protected by them, but we know in practice that's not really how it works. And that's something he lays out in Anatomy of the State, where he's just like, the first chapter of it is he lays everything out in sort of a weird thing. It's like what the government isn't and what the government is. So those are the first things he goes over in the book. And it's sort of him setting up this idea of what a state is, like how we think about those things and what they actually are. And there's a great documentary called The Monopoly on Violence on YouTube. You can get it for free. It's made by a guy named Pete Quinones, who I've met and had some conversations with. And that documentary talks a little bit about that stuff too, because it goes into like the history of like how people get power and how that came to exist in the first place, the way we view it, and kind of natural law. And
I have a rudimentary understanding of Machiavelli, but I feel like that's how I view things. Is kind of a divine right, like people talk about the Epstein
well, okay,
stuff.
so do you know who Hans Hermann Hoppe is?
No, I've never heard of that name.
You'd probably like that stuff if you like the divine right
Oh,
ideas. That's
holism is another idea I want to really dig into, because I have like an idea for a Lion King video tied with Wreck-It Ralph, because I think Wreck-It Ralph really echoes Lion King, that like you have
can
your
see that.
place, it's kind of Aristotelian. I don't know how to say, like, based on Aristotle. I don't know what the right word is for that, but the whole like master slave dichotomy. Some people are just born to be slaves. I think that's reality. I think life kind of proves that. I think our economic system allows arbitrarily anyone to kind of jump the ranks, but generally I think there's kind of pedigree.
I think something like Hoppe and his writings, things like Democracy, the God That Failed, discuss that a little bit. He's a different sort of opinion on it. He still kind of falls into the libertarian-esque sort of sphere of thinkers, but his ideology is more so that small monarchies are more important, because it sort of remedies kind of what you're talking about. He talks a lot about the 15 and 1600s and periods of the 1300s in which there were like hundreds of small micro kingdoms versus this idea of like these giant monoliths that we have. Yeah. So basically the idea is a decentralized kingdom structure is better, because in his view, you'd much rather have a good king than a bad president. And that's a point that he brings up a lot.
I believe in the
necessity.
I believe in the necessity of government. So like, in America, I deem myself Republican, because
most good ANCAPs. This is something that Eric gets wrong. This is why he is more of an anarchist than he is an actual ANCAP, and I've talked about that before. ANCAPs like Murray Rothbard or Ludwig von Mises or myself are not going to tell you that you want to or should live under a completely governmentless society. And I would not tell you that. The anarchist part of that is to the purest form of it. It's the idea that government authority is not necessarily what you want to govern you. And so the point that they would make is like, if the government can, say, for instance, go after a company for producing a product that fails in the market, then the government has placed what the market's function is, right? So like, that places a lot of things, because over time, like,
don't you think that means that the government is acting as a it's the whole veto argument about like reasonable regulation of
I don't
commerce.
think there's any such thing as reasonable regulation of commerce. It doesn't exist,
right?
Because
don't you think this falls in line with like the ideal like noble king, the philosopher king, the ruler that rules as a father trying to protect his children? That's
right.
my noble idea of government. Like that's the purpose of government.
But I would
is
make
to
the
be
argument
a just father.
I'd make the argument that has never existed within the government, and so that in itself is a utopian view.
Like, oh no, I don't disagree. I'm just saying like that Cincinnatus, that's what that's what we're striving for.
So I agree, striving towards something like that is good, but I would argue that striving through it in a government that is constrained to the market and constrained to what the people want is a better way of doing that. But unfortunately, and I think this is ultimately what Anatomy of the State talks about primarily, is that the way the state functions, the way that it has existed in the last 150 years, is to stop that from happening. So individual liberties are conformed around comfort, right? Everybody sort of gave up those ideas a long time ago in form of having this comfortable government and the system that keeps you sort of safe and insulated. But the problem with that is that, again, if you look at history, that doesn't work. It almost always fails. And so it sort of is moving us slowly towards this weird space I think we're in now, where in that song they talk about where philosophy's at, but I think ultimately it has to do with
jabber nuance is
none of it makes sense because
nuance
you can't
is a dog whistle by these people that are just trying to confuse you with double speak.
I mean, honestly, Ayn Rand points some of these things out in her work, but I think in 1984, that stuff does a good job of it. But when you read Anatomy of the State, the way it's laid out isn't science fiction. It's laid out in plain words. No, if you think if the government is of you, then all of the people that died during all of these wars and conflicts throughout World War II and Eastern Germany and these areas died because they allowed their government to do it. So under that logic, these people are killing themselves, right? And so he points out in this book, that is a bad way of viewing how we work as a society, because you're going to basically sign on to horrible activities. He would talk, Rothbard talks about the wars and stuff, but if you're even not in, you don't care about that world, look at the economy of property, right? I live in Alaska. 60% of the state of Alaska is owned by the federal government, right? That, in effect, makes it so that for me to purchase property, I am going to have to spend 500 times what I should. That is involuntary inflation. In my opinion, it's another form of theft through the means of government coercion. It's criminal in nature because it's taking away from the market and the community.
It's artificial.
It's completely made up. And the same is true for every state you're in. I mean, I don't know where you're at, but somebody in California, about half of California is owned by the federal government. So when you're having all those water problems, when you can't get oil easily, when you can't heat your homes or have cheap electricity, you don't have the market to blame or some corporation to blame, in my view. You have the federal government. Now, if the federal government was supplanted by state governments, you would have a much better time, but it's still not perfect. The problem with that is that those state governments, once they have that power structure, this is the concept of absolute power corrupts absolutely, that once the states have the ability to do what the federal government does, they're just going to go into the same thing. And so the point that is made by ANCAPs is you have to remove some of the structure. That's the Javier Milei point, where he's saying, no, we're not going to fire people. We're not going to change what this thing does. We have to just get rid of it. And that's why I think culturally we're moving towards that anyway. No one really has an option there. Because
I think so much of this is just running on its own anyway.
Well, no, that it is. That's how bureaucracy works. That's Rothbard's whole thing, is that bureaucracy is the modus operandi of government. Government, the whole purpose of it is to enshroud their actions in bureaucracy. So what is the tax code? Well, the tax code are thousands of pages of documents that no normal person is going to read through, right? When the government puts out an opinion of something legally, right, the Supreme Court, they write it like a lawyer. They write it so that the public are not going to be able to properly interpret it. This is what a government does to basically shroud what they do. Then if you do that well enough, you can keep.
Well, you don't want dummies. You don't want dummies, influence. This is a problem with democracy. You know, it's like
Well,
spreading the butter too thin on the toast. Every corner is buttered, but it's really
democracy is 4 guys in a room voting that they decided you need to die. It's a failed idea. It's a failed concept. It's why we were never supposed to be one here in the United States. And but that's what everybody seems to hang their hat on.
Oh yeah, I love it when it's like a threat to democracy. I'm like, democracy's trash. I think we're proof of that. Again, that's why I lean to seeing how this is all unfolded this last couple decades, especially. It's like, yeah, I think we need some sort of monarchy, because this like Democratic Republic stuff, letting everyone vote, this is not.
I think your ideas of why we need monarchy and my ideas of why we need like a free market system are pretty much identical. So I think either one of those systems would also be better than what we have. Yeah. So
I'm kind of a federalist, I guess, in the sense of.
See, I'm the opposite of that.
Well, right. But like my view, reason I say I'm a federalist is like, I really don't like the idea of state governments. I get that you need actual like localities, however big or small, you need like the actual administrators, top down, to actually like enforce and enact and administrate. Totally get that. You got your layers, but it makes no sense to me why a pack of cigarettes in New York is like $20 and in Ohio it's like 10. The money currency, the value of a dollar is different state to state. It makes no sense. It should be you're American, you have an American dollar, a item costs the same in every state. This is silly.
Right. Well, okay, but my point to that is the reason a system like that has been allowed to be put in place is because state governments do not have power over their own states. The federal government is always going to make decisions that better the federal government. A state government is going to make decisions that better the state government and the people who are in charge of the state government. So what that means is that you, like, as an Alaskan, I see this clear as day, but like our state is full of resources. We can touch none of those resources, right? We could all be paying virtually nothing for electric, virtually nothing for oil, virtually nothing for fuel, things like this. But we can't because the federal government has put shackles on the state government. The state government doesn't have the power to say, no, we're not going to do this, because the same way that Texas doesn't really have that power, or any other state doesn't have that power. And I think the federal design fails because, frankly, because of ideas of like Hamilton and these concepts he brought forward. But the pure form of it, like the idea that
Keely Chow.
I'd rather be married to Nina than Anna. Oh, geez.
I'd rather just have the Oscar sisters cut my dick off.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. All right. Well, it's getting kind of late here, and I got to get a bunch of stuff done still. I know I could ramble on about political theory forever.
I appreciate your opening all new windows of interest for me. It's a good problem to have. I got too much stuff. I got too many comics to catch up on and read. Both just current, like new stuff I might dabble in, and like just all the stuff I've collected I haven't opened yet. And then this political stuff where I want to look into holism and this democracy, the God that failed. Sounds like
read that. If you read that, let me know what you think of it. There's an audiobook too, so if you want to be lazy, do that.
I'm bad with audio. I'm bad with listening if I can't also read it. You know what I mean?
If you look up some interviews with Hans Hermann Hoppe too, he's just a fun dude to listen to because he's got an Austrian accent. He sounds goofy.
Awesome. Thanks for coming on. Stay for this real quick. I don't know if you've seen this, but I thought this was hilarious.
To release the fluid the upper portion of the buckle. Turbulence may occur with no warnings. We recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened at all times, even when the seatbelt sign is off. In the event of emergency, you will hear the command to brace. Refer to your safety features card for your brace position. Do not take any carry-on items with you during evacuation and follow the directions of the flight crew. There's a total number of 18 emergency exits on board this aircraft. There are 4 window exits located in the cabin over the wing, 2 emergency doors located in the forward, and 2 emergency exits located in the rear. Please keep the sign exit nearest you along with all the exits to be in mind. These will be right behind you. Should power loss or emergency occur, floor level lighting will come on automatically. All exits will be indicated by, you guessed it, illuminated exit sign. Now, should the cabin pressure change, full rostrum mats will automatically drop from the panel located above you. Remain seated and immediately pull the mask towards you to start the flow off. Place that bright yellow mask over your nose and mouth, securing it behind your heavily elastic strap. Pull on the two loose ends at the front to tighten. Please on your own mask prior to assisting others.
This guy is good.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh dear. In preparation, ensure your seat back is upright and your tray table has been stowed. If your electronic device becomes wedged within the seat, do not adjust the seat or try to retrieve it. Call your cabin crew immediately for assistance, and always use care when retrieving your carry-on items from the overhead bin to avoid injury to yourself or other guests. Thanks for making this part of your.
This guy is so expressive.
It's physical comedy is a dead art.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Awesome. Well, take it easy.
I appreciate you coming on. I don't know if Ricky's coming back. He had to go get some chicken. Don't know what's going on with that, but saying see you later, guys. Yeah, you get on out of here, Leighton. Yeah, it's funny. I guess he'll hear while he's trailing out, but it's like, send me the link, and I'm like, I sent it to your DM. Oh man, I appreciate having all y'all here with me today. I know Trashcast is going on. I guess he's doing a catch-up stream, which is funny. But yeah, I mean, Rookie, we're enjoying some Breaking Bad. We started the first season, and I really love the first episode because I'd love to do a video about this if I had the time to edit. I love how I think within like the first 10 minutes, you get so much setup for Walt in his life, the perception of him, the state of his life, the getting derailed by cancer diagnosis and his financial plight. And then you start learning more layers about like what a great chemist he is and how he's really never panned out doing anything with his experience and knowledge, because he did these good boy moves, oh, I'd like to grow up, better get a house, better marry her, etc. He zigged when he should have zagged with his girlfriend and his buddy, gray matter. It's just so well thought out. And then I don't think anyone's ever really pointed out how masculine the show is. There is a yin and yang between Hank and Walt. Walt is this downtrodden, domesticated suburbanite husband who has checked all the boxes of the status quo, and he's just a bump on the log. Don't notice him. He's made no real splash in life. He's coasting, and then he faces death's door, and he like awakens, and you see the fragile masculinity of Hank, that it's all a big front, but he's actually like a weakling in some respect, putting on a show, putting on a front. And then Walt like embraces masculinity, but it I don't know. I know Gilligan's like a lapsed Catholic. He's kind of has this lapsed Catholic philosophy he lives by. He does believe in this overall good and evil. So moralistically, he's always going to like kind of fully pay off the main players, which I think is interesting. I don't agree. I like No Country for Old Men. I think is like the quintessential morality tale that there is no morality. Morality does not entail well-being in life. If anything, despicable people, as you see with the Epstein list, probably are better suited in life and better rewarded. Nothing's fair. And these kind of things with fiction, I don't know. I really have people can write off fiction. It's like, oh, it's just entertainment. It's meaningless. And it's like, there's so much depth and thought. And then just episode to episode, progression of, or I guess, deconstruction, the destruction of Walt and Skylar's relationship is like, kind of taking charge, but it's selfish ultimately. It's really self-fulfilling. He's a victim of his own hubris and his own, ambitions. He finally gets the time to shine in some respect, to like really showcases talent in the most despicable way. I don't know, it kind of echoes, there's certain elements that echo this film Happiness to me, which is a how to say it. Somehow I found this film in like a list of like crazy movies. One of them being Serbian film. I kind of don't get why they would put this film in the same list, but Happiness is like this weird web of characters that are somewhat, intertwined and interact with each other. And it's in the same vein of like, what is happiness? Is this, should we live our lives with this? Because like chasing happiness isn't moral necessarily. And they have like a very extreme presentation of that with the Dr. Connors character from the guy from Spider-Man trilogy. He has the most, you could say, extreme take on pursuing happiness. I think the film's a real indictment of happiness culture that's kind of been implicit with us since the probably the 80s, the me cult. There's old Rookster. Yep, don't be clicking buttons when I am, buddy.
Sorry, Brisky. I just had my delicious chicken. I wasn't sure how long we were going for, and
chicken
didn't want to interrupt the
and
flow
a
of
cow.
conversation. It's chicken and a cow.
Yeah, no, I was just talking about I don't know if you're listening. I was talking about the depths that I love about Breaking Bad and all these little elements that you hear. I'm like, oh wow, oh, I never noticed that thing with this show. And again, it's like Star Wars or Game of Thrones. There's like so many layers, and these layers reflect like just it can be those microscopic little elements of life where it's like, oh wow, they like included that, and this is all substantial. It's all building blocks to progress into each episode and each plot line. It's all like well thought out. It's a real nuanced kind of show. Where it's
Well,
like
even today, we had one. We're like, oh, he's got his cute baby daughter, and he's like propping her up so she doesn't puke or choke on her puke or something. And then, like later, when Jesse's on heroin, a little hitting it up, she's like, oh, here, I gotta prop you up, and what so you don't puke and choke on yourself. It's like, a little funny symbolism there, a little mirroring.
Yeah, there's a lot of yin yang stuff going on in Breaking Bad. Like, I point out I've said this before, but I'm noticing more like explicit details now, like the contrast of Hank and Walt and masculinity, where Hank's fragile masculinity and Walt never really had masculinity. And it's kind of to his advantage though, as this growing kingpin that he's completely overlooked. Like he's really got like a Clark Kent thing going on, where it's like, oh, that bumbling doofus, he couldn't hurt a fly, and it's like, the extent he goes in the show is amazing. I was just talking about how like I really hate people write fiction off entertainment off of like, well, it's just like something to tickle your brain for a second. There's nothing to take from it afterwards.
I just want to be distracted after my long day of live streaming and playing video games. I just need to relax a little and be taken away from real world. No, get out.
No, that's meaningless. It's like
I know. It's like I want to be engaged, and I don't want my brain has to be turned off sentiment with everything, because then they make that everything. Just turn your brain off here, turn your brain off there, turn your brain off here, and turn your brain
honestly,
off there.
good entertainment actually engages. Well, first of all entertainment is a product of the politics that are in place when it's created. It could be a like repulsion to the system unless it gets like attention. It's like, what? This is things that the narrative doesn't allow or is against, or it like recontextualizes through fiction the system it's a part of and uplifts it and so like, well, we should do this, like you see during the war on terror, there's a lot of films, if they bring military into it, it's all aimed to like make the military positive, the multicam army. So like for the longest time, U.S. Army guys, for like since World War I, we've been wearing like army greens, into battle. You know, so just the color alone gives you like some semblance of camouflage in most environments we're going to fight. The jungles, Africa, Europe. There's not many places it's not going to work for these major areas. And then we get to like the desert wars of the war on terror and get the multicam. It's just fucking ugly, you know. There was a reason I was talking about the camouflage specifically. Don't know where I was going with that. But I don't know. It's great to dig into good stuff. And again, I've watched the show like 4 or 5 times, and I'm finding new things to add to the value of whether it's the craft of writing or filmmaking. Some of the liberties they take, like the montages they'll do of like a worker bee's daily routine, and somehow this gets told into the plot eventually. You know, you might
or just him having surgery, which is like, yeah, you could just cut till after it. But it's like, no, you can just watch this part for a little bit. It's like, why?
Well, that's the other thing. I don't really have the knowledge to comment, but I'm aware that there's a contrast of juxtaposing the drug industry, like the drug trade, like black market, whatever, illegal drug activity. They very much juxtapose it with the racket of medicine, you know, where it's like, well, what really is criminal? You know, it's like the only reason this guy is selling illicit drugs is to try to afford the actual legitimate medicine and medicinal systems. And it's kind of an indictment, you know? So it's like, again, stuff reflects the politics it's part of, you know, in some facet, whether it's supporting or critiquing or detracting, as we like to say now, from the system. Like, I don't know. It's just the fun I find in this stuff. Like, why are you reading into it? It's like, cause, like, yeah, it's easy to meme, like, you know, a TikTok idiot with like, oh, you need to explain it like a Marvel character for them to understand like a piece of history. But this stuff should inspire you to like learn more, you know, like I'm just talking about Lion King, where it's like, oh, holism, that's the idea kind of being argued in Lion King. It's like Machiavellian, like monarch view. It's very strange, though. It's very strange, a beloved American story that is anti-democracy. Because Scar, he should actually be the hero that's subverting the monarchy of Mufasa. But it, you know, it very much promotes this kind of Cincinnatus righteous ruler and Mufasa, and thus his son inheriting that role. And it's a strange, like, Freudian slip, I guess, for lack of a better term. It's like They Live. They Live was intended to like indict the right wing people, but you watch it today and it's like, oh, this is a totally based film.
Yes,
this is super anti woke.
Yes, more please.
But it's time for me to expire. Get some sleep before I go to work in the morning. Any last thoughts, Ricky?
Go watch Breaking Bad, everybody.
Oh yeah. Again, thank you, Mr. Renowned Zero, not the real Renowned Zero. Gave me $5 again for saying he's right. We only do gay stuff in the warehouse. My pronouns are Gim, Gimp, E-hole. Appreciate the contribution. And I'll see you maybe sooner than later, but definitely next Thursday. We'll see if we have videos planned. And I guess, by the way, before I forget, I was at Walmart and I was looking at the toys, and they got a bunch of Godzilla Kong New Empire merch toys out. And it's my first time seeing this like white lizard thing that I think Godzilla's gonna fight. And they also got these, like, you know, like the Revenge of the Sith. They had the Vader mask you could buy. You could put your head in, and you know, it had like a voice translator.
Yeah.
They got something like that. It's more simple. It's just like a head and the mouth opens and you open your mouth and roars. but they got a Kong mask and a Godzilla mask. They're going a little more out. It's crazy. If you look at like Marvel, it's like maybe they got Marvel Legends, which of course all the best characters each line are already sold when you get to the store. But all the other like Marvel Hasbro products are like the stiff, like they got like 3 joints. All their arms and legs are straight. If they even move, their head might turn 360, but it has no up and down, to add to it.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate
What did
that.
Tim say?
Says happy belated birthday, Ripco.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
How's it going, Tim? Yeah, we're about to get out of here, but I had to ramble a little bit more. It's been a long day. But yeah, I was very interested because people jumped at the new Godzilla image of like pink. And I was like, oh, it's trans. And it's like, well, I mean, first of all, it makes sense if Godzilla is a female of like asexual reproduction, essentially cloning, itself, and maybe a male will pop up in that population. But apparently it's like a transformation because the purple figure Godzilla says like transformation Godzilla or something. And they got 2 different Kongs. Again, this is possibly another reason why they have this feature because like we've seen Kong with an axe. So you can get regular Kong, there's like fist pumping, chest beating, or you can get like axe Kong. Well, with this line, they got mechanical arm King Kong, and they got regular King Kong. So I guess they're going to show us the transformation, why he's got this. And yeah, it seems like Godzilla's doing Super Saiyan when it's purple. Like it's hit a new level of super duper nuclear, thermonuclear creature.
You've unlocked a transition.
Yeah, I feel like this movie's leaning way too heavy in like King of the Monsters and Godzilla Kong. But at the same time, I think it's going to be fun regardless how stupid it is.
Maybe.
Let's see. Let me address Tim. He says, I'm excited to see it. The running was a little wonky, but hey, to me, Godzilla's always been a level of cheese. Yeah, I agree. It's just it looks weird because Godzilla is so proportionally strange with Legacy or Legendary. I think the actual like cadence of its legs actually makes sense. It's Godzilla. American Godzilla is like a strange fat style, and it's got pretty small arms comparatively, and then it's got such weird like elephant feet. So I think that's really the problem. And then I think they're trying to slightly accentuate more female. I don't know who the love pairing is for, but yeah. Anyway, good seeing you, Tim. Come by Tuesday. Thunder thighs, bro. Don't skip leg day. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. And go sub. He's links in the description to Lobster Magnets Reviews, the channel. And go check out Outlawed Thoughts. It's Layton's channel. And find him on Twitter. Next week we'll be having the BTM reviews. That guy showed the Rippaverse goalpost clip. He's become a detractor because I blocked him for just like saying like, hey, you can do better, man. Like he wasn't giving them, low-hanging praises. He was actually trying to aid him in some way. And yeah. But anyway, talk to you next week.